Welcome, commissioners and members of the public watching remotely. I'm Manuel Rustin, the Instructional Quality Commission, and I hereby call this meeting to order. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are continuing to hold these important meetings virtually. The IQC meeting logistics will follow Governor Gavin Newsom's March 17th, 2020 Executive Order N-2920, which allows state bodies that fall under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings that are covered by Bagley-Keene with web conferencing and audio conferencing. In compliance with California's statewide stay-at-home order, today's IQC meeting is a video conference meeting with a live webcast. Public comments will be open before each agenda item and close at the end of that agenda item. Please do not call in before the agenda item that you wish to make a comment on begins. Public comment on items on today's meeting agenda may be provided during the meeting by dialing 712-770-4993 and then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute. If possible, we recommend members of the public dialing in for public comment continue to view the live stream of the meeting for a better understanding of the meeting's status. When it is your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving public comment, please state the following. 1, commenter's first and last name. 2, organization affiliation, if any. And 3, your public comment. Again, the phone number is 712-770-4993. The access code is 590-6620. The phone number and access code will also be announced at the start of public comments for each item. This is also outlined on the May 19th, 2021 IQC agenda posted on the IQC webpage. I'd like to introduce our new legislative member appointed to the IQC, Assemblymember James Ramos. Assemblymember Ramos completed his oath of office when he was elected to his current position. Assemblymember Ramos, would you like to share any remarks with us?
And I believe we can hold Member Ramos's remarks at a bit of a later time. We can certainly open. Thank you.
All right, now I will introduce each commissioner and state board liaison participating in today's meeting. When I call your name, unmute your microphone and confirm your attendance. Then mute your microphone again. Commissioner Christina Andre.
Not yet present.
Commissioner Mariana Astorga Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Christine Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Deborah Costa Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Shay Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Anita Friedman.
Not yet present.
Commissioner Lindsay Gotanda.
Here.
Commissioner Lily Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Yolanda Munoz.
Here.
Commissioner David Pantai.
Present.
Commissioner Danae Popovich.
Present.
Commissioner Alma Delia Renteria.
Present.
Myself, Commissioner Rustin, present. Commissioner Pam Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Young.
Here.
Student member Maya Howard.
Here.
Assembly member James Ramos. Not yet present. Senator Ben Allen.
Present.
State board member Patricia Rucker.
Present.
And state board member Eileen Strauss.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Director Coates, will you please lead us in the salute to the flag?
Yes, please join me as we salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the agenda today remains unchanged. Today we will be holding public hearings on the draft mathematics frameworks. Please note that time certain designates a definite time for a definite start time for the public hearings. The public hearings may not begin earlier than the designated time certain. They may begin later than the designated time, but not earlier. Speakers will have 1 minute to speak. At this time, I want to review some procedures regarding today's video conference meeting. During commissioner deliberations today, I will call on each commissioner by name. Only the commissioner who is speaking will have his or her microphone unmuted. All other microphones will be muted. Commissioners, use the raise hand button if you want to speak and make a comment. Wait until you are called upon to unmute your microphone and speak. Before speaking, state your name, and also know that all votes will be done by roll call. And next up, we have the approval of the minutes. So item 1D, approval of minutes for the following meeting, which is January 20th to 21st, 2021. Public comment is now open for this agenda item. Please follow the instructions on the screen if you would like to give public comment on the approval of minutes. Commissioners, you have the minutes of the January 20th through 21st, 2021 commission meeting before you. If you have substantive changes, please present them now. If there are minor changes not affecting the content, please submit them to Denise. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Thank you. Was that Commissioner
Fairchild.
All right. Moved by Commissioner Fairchild. Is there a second to the motion? I call on Commissioner Williamson.
I second.
All right. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Williamson. Is there any discussion or public comment?
Just noting that the date is January 21, 22 of the 2021 year, I think, for the record.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
It looks like we do have public comments.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
First caller, you may begin giving public comment on the January 2021 IQC minutes. Hello? Next caller, you may begin giving public comment on the minutes.
Hi, I'm Susan Kolowick, a parent of a 7th grader, and I wanted to address the agenda item number 3.
Unfortunately, we're not doing public comment on that right now. That will come later in the meeting.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So right now, for everyone that's on the line, we're doing public comment on the January 2021 IQC minutes. If you are calling about a different agenda item, please call back during that agenda item. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the January IQC minutes?
No, I'm waiting for the next agenda item. I'm just not getting a sound on the website, so I thought I have to call in.
Oh, we will definitely check on that. Thank you for letting us know. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the January 2021 IQC minutes? Hello, next caller. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the January 2021 IQC minutes?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my kids are in elementary and middle school. My daughter, she's in middle school advanced math class. Basically,
are you giving public comment on the January minutes? Right now, we're just doing public comment on the January IQC minutes.
So it's not about advanced math yet?
No, it's not yet.
Okay, so I'm going to call later. Okay.
Thank you.
It's just, I have a question because basically my husband is Hispanic and all our family feels it's really wrong that basically Department of Education feels like...
So just a moment. So we're not yet at the item 3. So we would ask that you would please call back during that item. Thank you so much. Denise, how many callers are in the queue for public comment?
There are currently 5 callers in the queue.
Okay, so I'm going to take a pause because I know that the live cast stream is about 30 seconds behind. So right now I'm just going to take a pause to note for the public that we are currently only taking public comment for item 1D, which is approval of meeting minutes for the Instructional Quality Commission's January 2021 meeting. We are not taking public comment for any other item at this time. So I know it takes a little bit for that live cast to come through, so I'll just wait. So those of you who are waiting in the queue for an agenda item that will take place later today, we ask that you would please remove yourself from the queue at this time and just follow on the live cast. We will be sure to post a PowerPoint just like this one when it is time for public comment on the various items. So we'll give a moment for the queue to clear. Okay. Denise, how many callers are currently in the queue?
There are 2.
Okay, let's go ahead and check those 2 to see if they are seeking public comment for item 1D. Thank you so much.
Next caller, are you giving public comment on the January IQC minutes? Next caller, are you giving public comment on the January IQC minutes? There's no public comment.
All right, the public comment line for this agenda item is now closed. I believe we are ready to vote. Denise, will you please call the roll call vote?
Chair Rustin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Storgal Mansa?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Popovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
I believe Assemblymember Ramos is still not with us. Senator Allen?
Ramos is
Member
here.
Ramos is here with us. Yes.
Hello, Assemblymember Ramos.
Hi. Ramos, hi.
Senator Allen?
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, next on the agenda is item 1E, which is the report of the chair. Now, I'm going to keep my comments rather rather brief because I know we have a lot on our plate today. Obviously, we have many folks waiting to contribute public comment for the mathematics framework discussion. And I think as we wrap up this school year, many of us educators who are here, we are counting down the days to the end of the school year because this has been a very lengthy and very challenging year. And I myself have about, I think, 5 or 6 days left with my seniors. And I just think it's important to note before we even discuss mathematics frameworks and what's going on today, it's just important to note that we cannot overstate how wonderful our students and educators have performed this year in terms of stepping up to a very unprecedented plate. I think one day we will look back on this era, and we have searched for words. I myself certainly do not have the words to capture just how momentous of a school year this has been. But I just marvel at my own students who have hung in there this whole time. My seniors will be graduating in the Rose Bowl soon, in about 2 weeks, I believe. And they went about 12 or so years with school and teaching and learning being one way. And then at the very end, everything radically changing. In the midst of all that has happened across the nation and across the world, students have really hung in there, and educators as well. So I just want to send a heartfelt thank you for all the educators out there and the educators here on this call who are busy wrapping up their school year, but also taking important time out today and tomorrow to conduct the business that we have before us. And speaking of business, back in March, myself, I had the pleasure of being joined by Commissioner Costa Hernandez and Commissioner Pantai and Executive Director Coates as we presented the Ethnic Studies model curriculum to the State Board of Education. And after years of development and years of discussion and debate and headlines, the Ethnic Studies model curriculum was approved in a unanimous vote by the State Board of Education, which of course is a very big milestone in California education. And since then, we have seen several districts, my own district included, use the resource of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum as sort of a catalyst to begin serious discussions about offering ethnic studies in their own districts. I know my own district will be offering ethnic studies this fall, and in its presentation to our own board, the model curriculum was specifically cited as sort of not the green light, but the little bit of a nudge that our district needed to have the right guidance and the right resources to really get going on that move. So thank you for everybody who contributed to that, of course. And today, of course, we have the mathematics frameworks revision, which will be discussed shortly. And I myself, as a history teacher, when I looked through this framework, I just saw my 7th grade self all over it. I was one of those 7th graders who was placed on the advanced track. I remember being at Samuel Jackman Middle School down in South Sacramento in the pre-algebra class and then algebra in 8th grade and seeing a lot of my friends who were a step or two behind me. And I remember not knowing why that was the case. No one really ever explained why I got placed there, and a lot of my friends were placed elsewhere. But I took it as a sign of like, oh, I must be good at this. And then I got to high school and I saw that there were a few students who were placed even further than me. And I wondered, well, why are they there? Because I have them in other classes and I'm pretty sure I can hang with them. And just, I never quite understood it. And I raced through math, just like so many other students who are really determined to get into the UC system. And I raced through calculus, and eventually math became something that I just couldn't really identify with much anymore, because it just felt like a rat race in those classes to just memorize these procedures and memorize these formulas. And I'm somebody who really, I need the big picture. I'm more of a big picture type thinker, and it never really meshed with me. So I was one of those students who retook calculus and then just never looked at another math class again. So when I read this framework, myself as a history teacher who hasn't really been steeped in the mathematics research and seeing what we have here, I saw myself all over it. And I know there's a lot of different thoughts and opinions around there. I'm very much looking forward to today's discussion. And I just want to reiterate to everybody, and I'm sure this will be said many times today, that the framework is not a mandate. It's not standards. It's guidance to help fulfill the standards or meet the standards, but it is definitely not a mandate. And I'm very happy to see that the CDE posted a frequently asked questions page that addressed some of the misinformation that's out there around this mathematics framework. And I think misinformation is sort of the the reality of today and the future. And we dealt with that, of course, with the ethnic studies curriculum as well. So I'm very much looking forward to today's discussion. I'm very happy to see that we are being guided by the latest research and in continuing to have an equity-minded view of our service to students so that we have hopefully more students seeing themselves and identifying positively with math and loving math and not feeling that it's just a combination of equations and formulas that you have to memorize. And if you can't memorize them, then maybe math's not for you. So I'm glad to see that we're progressing beyond that into a deeper level. So again, I just want to send heartfelt thank you to all the educators out there and all the students out there who have hung in there for this entire year. I've been teaching for 17 years now, and I do not think I've had a year where I have felt this much hope and optimism looking at the youngsters and what the youngsters have accomplished this year, both in school, but also just in their own activism in various ways concerning all the challenges that face our world and our nation today. So very much looking forward to this generation growing and continuing to lead the way. And with that, I'll turn it over to Executive Director Coates for the Executive Director's remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Rustin. I'd like to actually offer a bit of my time to our new legislative member appointed to the IQC, and Assemblymember James Ramos. Assemblymember Ramos completed his oath of office when he was elected into his current position. And Member Ramos, are there any remarks you'd like to share with us today?
No, that I'm just looking forward to learning and being part of the team player on the IQC board. And to make sure that we're continuing to advocate as one and using our position to make sure that your voice is being heard in the state legislature. Just want to say hi to Eileen Strauss. I was there temporarily with the State Board of Education, and I see her on the gallery view. Just want to say hi and looking forward to it. And anything we can do, by all means, reach out to us.
Thank you so much. And I'd also, just in continuing the report, I also just want to begin with a land acknowledgement. Remember that we're guests of this land, and to honor its original inhabitants, the Native peoples. And I also want to just honor our collective ancestors who have made all of our work possible today. In honor of recent May Teacher Appreciation Week, I'd also like to honor my 10th grade math teacher, Mrs. Dilly, who believed that I could, so I did. I'd also like to give just a few updates on our work. Chair Rustin already mentioned the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. Thank you to each of you and to Chair Rustin for facilitating the IQC's thoughtful deliberations. The State Board of Education approved version is available on the CDE's website, and the publication version is being prepared. Last week, the State Board of Education approved the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. And so a little bit later, Dr. Nancy Hirota of the Sacramento County Office of Education, along with Dr. Joe Bowler, will present an overview of that guidance to us today. In our meeting over today and tomorrow, we will also learn more about the Arts and World Languages Instructional Materials adoptions. That's agendized currently for tomorrow. So in April, we held the Arts and World Languages Instructional Materials Reviewer Trainings. In arts, reviewers have received programs from 5 publishers, 3 in visual arts and 2 in music. And in world languages, reviewers on various panels have received programs from a total of 4 publishers. We have a total submission of 11 programs, including 9 Spanish and 2 French. And I want to just take the time to thank the commissioners who facilitated those trainings for us, Commissioners Fairchild, Young, former Commissioner Natives, Commissioner Jarvis, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, and Commissioner Fairchild, and also our subject matter committee chairs. Thank you again. So reviewer deliberations will be held in July, and we will have additional facilitator training in July also. And then finally, the governor released his revised budget proposal for fiscal year 2021-2022, which proposes just a lot of key investments in areas that the CDE has championed both pre and post-pandemic. The proposal would have the highest level of funding ever for K-12 schools, and proposing an increase of $8.2 billion over the governor's proposed budget in January. The budget update provides an average of nearly $14,000 per pupil before any additions from federal funding, a figure almost twice the average from 10 years ago. That budget is posted on the governor's webpage if you would like additional information. And thank you, Commissioner Rustin. I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Now it is time for the report from our State Board of Education.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Assemblymember Ramos. Assemblymember Ramos began the State Board with Member Rucker and myself in 2011, and it's so nice to have you back with us and doing this work, and we're looking forward to having your voice. So just welcome on behalf of the board and for all of us here. So we had an exciting board meeting that, and you're going to hear one very important element from Sacramento County Office, which is the Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. So I won't talk about all the details because Nancy Rhoda is going to do that when she presents to you. But I will tell you that as a board, we are very excited to have this digital learning guidance. And we believe this is not just for pandemic and when schools are remote. We believe that digital learning has a place going forward in instruction and the tools. There's some wonderful vignettes and interviews from teachers about what they learned during the pandemic, how they're using technology. I think there's some highlights about some strategies that will help us moving forward. So I think both Member Rucker and I believe that it's great to have this document now. It's over 500 pages, but how do we help teachers and leaders know how to use it and how to integrate it into their daily practice? And so Dr. Hirota is going to talk about that, but I just would say we're very excited for the work that was done in a short amount of time. And that's just a quick preview of that. We did talk and adopt the student growth model. It's something we've been working on for 5 or 6 years now. We're one of the last states to adopt a growth measure as part of our state accountability program, but we wanted to get it right. And so we finally adopted a kind of a hybrid model that will keep the model stable and reliable in informing student accountability. So we've been working with Educational Testing Service, and they've been working with us on this residual gain model. So it will be reporting an average for schools, student subgroups, and an all student group in a local education agency, and groups in a district with 500 or few less students as well. Again, it's going to take us a couple years because we don't have standardized testing from last spring of 20 or this spring yet of 21. But I think it's an area that we've been really wanting to do. So you'll hear a lot more about this, but just know that we did finally adopt the growth model, and we're a lot of support with stakeholders to adopt it and begin to use it. In our California School Dashboard, we updated some and reviewed some indicators based on the ineffective or out-of-field teacher. And we've been working with the Credentialing Commission to align that data so that we can look at monitoring of teacher credentialing authority to teach the courses. We also worked with the alternative school status dashboard, alternative school status called the DAS schools. And we looked at their enrollment patterns and looking at their transfer, making sure the students weren't transferred to, say, an alternative school to help the traditional, say, high school get a better score because they moved students out. And we actually found that that wasn't happening, and it's pretty stable. So that was a really good result. And also there'll be some more information on college and career indicator and academic indicators as we've looked at the civic engagement work as well. I know we have a few more things I'm going to let Member Rucker add to my comments since both of us are liaisons to IQC. So I'm going to turn it right now to Member Rucker.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. And I have to say you were so thorough with your report. There's nothing I really need to add that would inform or better inform our IQC members. So I want to thank you for that, because what it really does is it also gives me an opportunity, like Shanine Coates, in honor of May, the month where we recognize and appreciate teachers, to add my appreciation as well. You know, despite the pandemic and the adventure we had for this school year with virtual learning, there are some things that really do not change. School opens, students form friendships, we create community in our classrooms, whether they were virtual or face-to-face, and we teach. We have challenges, we do the work, and then we get to the moment in the year, as Dr. Rustin said, where we're now looking at the closing of the school year and students matriculate and graduate and go on. And so while this school year may be unique in the experience that many of our students and many professional educators across the year will experience, the fact of the matter is what hasn't changed is the renewing and continuing admiration that we as a community have for teachers and the strong work that they do. My faith in public education has been renewed this year by the valiant efforts and the diligence and professionalism that teachers have shown, the commitment that students have made to do this work and to participate in this grand social experiment that we called distance learning. And we learned a lot of things. And from those things, it has informed the work that's going into that digital guidance. But in also hearing Commissioner Rustin's very impassioned recall about his experience as a student, it helped me to also remember a math teacher who had a great influence over my life and who influenced and made the person that I am today. This is a story some of you may have heard, and I hope that there's somebody out listening to this that will connect to this story for this simple reason. 3310-67-2. For anybody who attended Don Julio Junior High School in the Grant Unified School District, that's the home phone number of my middle school math teacher, Mr. Rourke. And on the first day of school, he gave his phone number out to every single student in all of his classes. This was before the internet, before cell phones, before computers in the classroom. The only technology he had besides an overhead projector to assist him in teaching his students was his home phone number. And he gave that home phone number out to all of his students and told them, if you need some additional help, you want some additional time on instruction, you could call him at home and he would help you. And I did. 3310-67-2. I called him when I didn't understand polynomial equations. 3310-67-2. I called him when I wanted to decide if I need to take trigonometry in order to get into the University of California. 3310-67-2. I called him when I was making my decision as a rising senior if I wanted to do the dual program to earn my credential and my bachelor's degree from a blended program at the same time. And there came a time when I knew this would be the last time I would be able to call that number to get advice. But every single time I need an anchor or a foothold, I think about 3310-67-2. And I especially thought about him a lot this year as we were doing this distance learning. But the really important reason why I thought about him, he was the best math teacher I ever had. He was the best friend and mentor I could ever have as a student and as an educator. But I never set one foot in his classroom. He was not my teacher. He was my brother's teacher. And when my brother came home with that phone number for that math teacher, I picked up the phone and called him. And years later, I asked him, why did he answer my calls and take time to tutor me in my math classes, even though I was never his student? And his response was simple. Are you kidding? I had a student who wanted to learn about math and who wanted to explore it. Why wouldn't I help you? So that's the best kind of teaching and the best kind of mentoring that I have ever had as a math student. He's my hero and he will always be. And I'm hoping there was somebody else out there listening to that story today for whom that phone number is familiar. But even if it isn't, I hope that that's an anchor for you as well to know this is what we are trying to accomplish with this math program, with this math framework. And like Dr. Rustin, I hope that there are other students like him and like me, particularly students of color, who have an opportunity to have a math hero and have the kind of support that is promised by the work we hope to accomplish with this math framework. So thank you very much for that opportunity to give that particular message of appreciation, not only to the educators on this panel, but the educators across this state and the educators who I know have made me the professional and the individual that I have come to be. So thank you so much.
I love it. 3310 67-2. I love it. Thank you for your report and your impassioned words. Thank you. All right, so now it's time to approve the proposed revision to the 2023 IQC meeting calendar. So our next item is to approve these revisions. The public comment for this agenda item, this particular agenda item about proposed revisions to the 2023 IQC meeting calendar, the public comment for that item is now open. Please follow the instructions on the screen if you would like to give public comment on the 2023 IQC meeting calendar.
And just to note, the date change is just to, in our planning, we wanted to make sure that the dates didn't overlap with any of the significant timelines for any of our future projects that we're pre-planning.
All right, are there any questions or comments about the proposed revised 2023 IQC meeting calendar? All right, Denise, I will take that as a no to the public comments on this item. Is that correct?
I just want to clarify, Member Rustin, did you ask for a motion?
Not yet. Just asking if there's any comments about this proposed revision.
We do currently have 4 people in the queue. I will see if they are here for the proposed calendar. One moment. First caller, are you here to make public comment on the proposed 2023 IQC calendar?
No, not for the calendar.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, are you here to make public comment on the proposed 2023 IQC calendar?
Am I the next? I don't know which caller I am.
You are the next caller. Are you here to make public comment on
No. For item,
no,
item number 3, not this item.
We'll announce when public comment for item 3 opens, and then you can call back then.
Oh, I
Thank you.
Call back. Okay.
Next caller, are you here to make public comment on the proposed 2023 IQC calendar? Hello?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Final caller, are you here to make public comment on the proposed 2023 IQC calendar? Hello? Okay, there is no public comment.
All right, thank you. Then can I have a motion to approve the proposed revised 2023 IQC meeting calendar? I call on Commissioner Munoz.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Munoz has moved. Is there a second to the motion? Commissioner Gotanda.
I second the motion.
Thank you. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Gotanda. Is there any discussion or remaining comments? All right, the public comment line for this agenda item is now closed. I believe we are ready to vote. Denise?
Chair Rustin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Popovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Assemblymember Ramos?
Yes.
Senator Allen?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 1I, Sacramento County Office of Education Distance Learning Presentation. The public comment line for this agenda item is now open. Please follow the instructions on the screen if you would like to give public comment on this agenda item. I will now turn it over to Executive Director Coates.
Thank you. As Member Strauss mentioned, at its March meeting, the State Board of Education approved the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. And as we've discussed numerous times before, these past 14 months, we've all been on a journey together with teachers at the forefront as the COVID-19 has really disrupted all aspects of life, including education, as families, schools, and educators have collaborated to maintain a focus on ensuring California students have equitable access to high-quality first instruction. As we know, with physical school closures came the necessary pivot to distance learning, and we applaud the collective efforts of teachers, of our local educational agencies, support agencies and organizations to problem solve, to leverage technology, and to adapt instructional approaches to help ensure continued learning and support. And I think that this was stated, but we believe that the real gold in this curriculum is the guidance on the standards and the use of technology. And with the integration of technology for high quality instruction continuing to be relevant regardless of the setting, including in person, it is therefore, we think, important to support educators to use evidence-based policies and practices as they consider how to use technology to provide student-centered learning opportunities and to cultivate and support lifelong learners. So here with us today, as we mentioned, I'd like to introduce Dr. Nancy Hirota. She led the team that developed this guidance. And I will now turn it over to Dr. Hirota to provide an overview, highlights of the document. It's important to note that Dr. Joe Bowler will be joining her, and portions of the document are built from the draft math framework and provide additional instructional guidance that we will discuss later in item 3. Dr. Hirota?
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Janine. Can you see my screen? The slides?
Yes, it looks great.
Well, I really appreciate this opportunity to come back before this committee to share highlights of where we are. I had an opportunity to provide an update earlier in the year. And let me just begin by thanking State Board Member Eileen Strauss, Patricia Rucker, and all of the State Board members at the meeting last week who were all very, very supportive of the approval of this guidance. And I have to also say that we were also very pleased to receive support from a number of educational associations and organizations such as AXA, the Parent Teacher Association, among many others, who provided not only written comments, but provided they called in to provide that support. So we were just very pleased. What I'd like to do is to share with you where we are in this project, but to begin with an overview of the organizational structure of how we convened a very diverse team of experts to pull this together. It does look a little different than the version that I shared with you previously. And let me just share with you that, again, this was a very collaborative project, not only between our state lead agencies with the State Board of Education and the California Department of Education, but with key expert organizations that have expertise in the use of technology in education. So ISTE, the International Society for Technology in Education, they served as the primary lead with SCOE in leading the entire effort in moving this project forward. We also worked with Q, and the value that Q brought to this project is the direct connection and the contacts that they have with our California educators. So they brought in the California context and their connections to our educators throughout the state. I will share more information about the Distance Learning Advisory Committee that we convened to provide guidance throughout the development of this document. And then most importantly, I'd like to highlight the key content writers that develop the content for this guide. As Shanine shared with you, or I believe Eileen Strauss, it is almost 550 pages. So it is a very comprehensive document, and leading the efforts to write the mathematics section is Dr. Jo Bowler, who you'll be hearing from today. And she was supported by Kathy Williams. In the area of English language arts and English language development, we had both Dr. Hallie Yop and Nancy Brynelson. And I think what's really important to note about the content experts for both math and ELA and ELD is that these are key leaders in the development of the framework. So as you know, Joe is a critical lead in helping to provide input into the math revision framework. And Hallie Yop and Nancy Brynelson were the key writers of the current ELA ELD framework. So the alignment and the connection among the standards with the frameworks to the distance learning strategy was critically important. In the process, we also brought in other content experts, and you can see in the center of the graphic here, Dr. Douglas Fisher and Nancy Fry. They contributed not only their expertise around distance learning, but they also contributed to the section around assessment. And we were very fortunate to have Dr. Larea Martinez, who is currently part of the social emotional learning, it's referred to as the SEL 2.0 team, working with the State Department of Education, looking at the next phase of the SEL work statewide. So her connection and the alignment of the content in this document with the CDE efforts around SEL was critically important. And then we also brought in Maria Santos. She formerly worked at Stanford and has worked in a number of settings, and her primary expertise, along with her most recent background working at WestEd as the expert around the ELD, the English Language Development Standards. So she reviewed all of the sections of this document and not only provided consultation, but actually contributed content to ensure that ELD was infused, and you'll see evidence of that in the mathematics section. So very quickly, I will just go over this very ambitious timeline that we had for this project, which we began back in September 2020. We met with our advisory to develop the outline, and between November and April, again, a very short period of time, we worked and collaborated with ISTE, with Q, and all of the content writers who I highlighted in the previous slide, and they developed the content for this document in a very short period of time. And I think what really helped to refine this document as it was in development was the ongoing feedback from not only stakeholders, but other key stakeholders that were not a part of the advisory, but who we brought in to provide guidance. And I'll describe more of that information with you in the next slide. What I will also share towards the end of this presentation are the next steps, because on May 12th, as we've shared with you, this is a document that was approved by the state board. And so we are now working in what we're referring to as phase 2, and that is the development of the plans to release this document in a variety of formats. So just Very quickly, I think it's important to note that we were very mindful of not only conducting extensive outreach to reach out and identify committee members, but you'll see in subsequent slides additional stakeholder input sessions. But this is for now, let me just share with you the advisory committee members. It was critically important, as you can see, that we had content experts, and the connection of this work with the California Subject Matter Project was critically important. And Brian Lindeman, who serves in both capacities, he is the math expert for the California Subject Matter Project, but he is also the lead with this project. So his connection and his input throughout the process was critically important, along with all of the other content experts that you see on the slide. We also wanted to ensure that county offices of education and school districts were represented. And for county offices of education during this pandemic, all of these county offices that are identified here, among others, provided and developed resources to address distance learning strategies. So we really needed their expertise in helping to guide the development of this work, because we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, and just wanted to ensure that we were aligning our efforts with content that was already being developed. And then, of course, the professional associations and educational organizations were key partners, which include the California Teachers Association, the Ed Trust West, PTA, California Federation of Teachers, PACE, and the Charter School Association. So in addition to the advisory, we also knew that it was important to tap into other experts that have expertise in both ELA and mathematics, because as Shanine shared with you, what you will see is that a large portion, a significant portion of this document focuses on the way in which the standards guidance is presented. So we work very closely with the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association, which we refer to as CSESA. And within CSESA, there is a curriculum and instruction steering committee. And within that committee, there are the math and the ELA, ELD subcommittees. And it was critically important to not only gather input from these committee members who have expertise and lead these efforts within their respective county offices to provide input, not only in the development of this guide, but they will certainly be critical liaisons and conduits to get this information out to county offices once the final document is released. We also worked with Families in Schools and Californians for Justice, and their role was to help us identify youth voice with families in schools. They partnered with us to conduct extensive outreach for parents. So we have extensive feedback through both surveys and through a virtual session that we held to gather input from families. And then Californians for Justice, they provided our liaison to youth voice, and we were able to again disseminate a survey to gather feedback from youth, but also held virtual sessions to gather their feedback. And their voices, as you have an opportunity to read this document, you will see is reflected throughout this document. I won't go into a lot of detail. There's a lot of information here, but I thought it would be helpful for you to see the overall organization of this document. So as you can see, it is organized into three sections. Section A, this is the section that ISTE and Q helped to develop. This is the section that focuses specifically on designing effective and engaging digital learning. And with that, we know that not only is pedagogy important, but the assessment piece that is intertwined with instructional practice. So it was Dr. Douglas Fisher and Nancy Fry who not only added content about the importance of assessments, but provided some very tangible examples of how to integrate technology into assessment. We also know that social emotional learning and the relationships that our educators develop with our youth, particularly when we were working in that distance learning environment, is critically important. And that is addressed in Chapter 3. And again, that was a contribution from Dr. Larea Martinez. Sections B and C focus on the standards guidance. And I will just very briefly share with you how it's organized, and Dr. Bowler will talk in more detail about the mathematics section. But just note that in both content areas, the beginning chapters of each section, Section B that focuses on math, and Section C that focuses on ELA, literacy, and ELD, they begin with a focus on how to integrate technology in the classroom setting or in a virtual environment specific to those content areas. So we begin with those strategies specifically in these chapters, and then the section is followed by the introduction to the standards guidance. And I'll be turning it over to Dr. Bowler in just a minute in terms of how the standards are organized around the big ideas, 4 grade levels. And for the ELA, ELD section, which I will not go into today, the standards are organized around the 5 themes in the ELA, ELD framework. So again, that tight connection and alignment to our existing and developing frameworks was critically important in the development of this guide. And then finally, there is a supplemental section, which I think educators will find extremely valuable, because as we not only worked with our content experts, but interviewed educators, which I'll describe in just a minute, we have vignettes and voices from the field. And through that process, they helped to identify digital resources that were effective in their teaching and learning through this pandemic. And again, these are tools that can be utilized to incorporate technology in the classroom setting or in a virtual environment. And then there are resources from our content experts that are identified in the Appendix C. And there is also a math rubric sample in the Appendix D. What I think is really important to call out here is because of our connection with both ISTE and Q, they help to identify educators here in California. And through that process, we have included, and they are embedded and infused in all 3 sections. These are voices from the field. These are educators, not only teachers, administrators, and others who worked in this distance learning environment in this current year, and they've shared what has worked, what were challenges, and they, in these interviews and in the vignettes that are highlighted, and as well as the spotlights, they specifically identify promising practices, approaches that were effective as they were learning during this current year. So with that, let me just very quickly highlight for you that embedded in Section A, which is the section that focuses on the integration of technology in education, there are 2 sets of standards that are embedded throughout the document. The first set of standards are the ISTE standards for educators that focuses on technology, and the national standards for quality online teaching. And I won't go into a lot of detail here, but do know that the approaches and the strategies that are embedded are all research-based and based on these standards that are nationally recognized. So with that, if I can turn it over to Dr. Jo Bowler, and she will be able to provide a very high-level overview of the mathematics section.
Thank you, Dr. Hirota. I'm just going to start with this diagram, which actually comes from the proposed framework. We've updated this diagram, but this is helpful as it sets out an approach of investigations and connections for students. We don't want them working through maths questions that they can't see the point of. And we've set out that, as you see on the left of this diagram, are the mathematical practices, the actions that students engage in. On the bottom axis are the content areas. And what we're saying in the framework is have students make sense of the world and predict what can happen and impact the future. We also set out in the framework that the way teachers can teach this really effectively is not through every single standard getting an explanation and a question, but teaching through bigger ideas. So if we can move to the next slide. What is perfect was in the California Math Framework, we suggested that big ideas are really important, and it's really good to teach through big ideas in a connected way. But we didn't have the bandwidth to set out what are all of those big ideas. So this project was perfect that came along to help teachers during this time of COVID and digital learning. And we actually spent the time going through every single standard from TK up to grade 10 and working out what would it mean to teach these inside bigger ideas and what are the connections between those ideas. Unfortunately, standards often take mathematics, which is this beautifully connected subject, and sort of chop up all of those connections. So in this work, we were able to show how are these big ideas connected. So you see the kindergarten map in front of you. The bigger the size of the nodule, the more connections there are between different big ideas. And for each big idea, they're also described in detail. A list of the standards that come inside this big idea are given, and teaching ideas for teaching to the big ideas. So I think, is there another slide, Dr. Hirota?
I just kept it very high level.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's the approach of the document and how we've set out all of the mathematics in terms of big ideas. And it's completely aligned with the new California proposed mathematics framework.
And they're organized from grades TK through grade 10.
Yeah, and in mathematics, then comes other options for different courses. So that's why TK to 10 is the required content.
And the only other piece that I would add is, again, I shared with you, Dr. Maria Santos was a key contributor and provided that consultation around how best to support English learners. And she did an excellent job of infusing strategies to support English learners in each of the grade levels. And also the vignettes. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more, Dr. Bowler, about the vignettes, because it really brings this classroom practice to life when you hear from educators and see just very concrete examples.
Yeah, we were very fortunate because there are amazing teachers out there who already teach to big ideas and integrate technology. And so we were able to highlight some of the practices of those educators. Different vignettes all through the grade levels describe teachers doing this kind of work, really highlighting the important ideas and getting students to engage actively in learning those ideas, which is, of course, really important, and giving a really sort of coherent and meaningful mathematics experience for students. So those vignettes go through all of the mathematics section. And yes, as you just heard, we got great expertise from language experts who made sure all of the vignettes, as well as all the writing, were really helpful for language learners. In fact, the language experts were very enthusiastic about this more high-level approach to mathematics that's organized around big ideas.
Right. So I'd like to just very quickly share with you where we are and what we refer to as phase 2. So after the approval of this resource at the state board meeting, we are in the process of working with CDE to make some final edits, very minor edits, and it will be posted on the CDE website as a Word document at this point in time. We are working very closely with both the state board and the SBE staff and their technology department, and we're very excited about the next phase of this work, because our goal and our intent is to make sure that this is a document that is easily accessible for our educators, both teachers and administrators and other educators working directly with students. So the way in which we're envisioning this work is we will initially begin by developing a PDF version of this document, and it will be organized by the section so that it's not this massive 550 plus page document, but it will have one large document, but organized by each content area, by each section. And we will also create links to the current ELA, ELD frameworks. And once the math framework is approved, we want to ensure that the link is there, because the way in which we envision presenting this information is that to really emphasize that these are companion documents to the frameworks. The second element of our work will be to create an ebook. So we are exploring that option with the technology department at the CDE. And then we are also working with ISTE to create a website that will make sure that this document is readily, easily accessible. And what I mean by that is by creating a website, we can create not only easy links to the topic areas within this guide, but for a first grade teacher who may want to look specifically at the mathematics and the ELA, ELD section, it will be organized in a way that will make it easily accessible for teachers to access the content area that they have most interested in learning more about. So between the PDF, the ebook, and ultimately the website that will be developed, the one final area that we are looking at is developing videos. And these are videos of teachers who can speak to their practice and who can highlight the successes. And again, just as the vignettes bring life to this content, the videos will also help provide those illustrative examples. What we do plan to do in the immediate an immediate next step, and I believe we're looking at in the next month or two, is to develop webinars. And both Dr. Bowler and Dr. Hallie Yap have graciously agreed to help provide the content for the webinars, because we believe that it's critically important to have a webinar that focuses specifically on mathematics, and yet another webinar that focuses specifically on the ELA, ELD content, and then yet a third focusing more on the integration of technology. So those are some of the ideas that we are fine-tuning. Ultimately, our goal is to release this document in the summer. We have our final deadline of September 30th, but do know that we will work diligently and work as fast as we can to get this document out to our educators as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we are currently working with our CSES Assist subcommittee. In fact, we have a meeting tomorrow, and I know this will be presented at the meeting tomorrow so that we can ensure this information gets out to our county offices of education that work directly with districts. And then we are also will be working with the statewide system of support. We have a geographic lead structure, and we have statewide leads for a number of statewide projects. And we have regular monthly meetings where we have opportunities to share highlights of our work so that, again, they serve as another liaison and a conduit to get this information out to educators. So with that, Shanine, I don't know if we have time for questions, but I did keep the questions slide up, and I'll just turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Chair Rustin to see if we have any discussion or questions.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. Is there any discussion, or Denise, is there any particular public comment for this particular presentation?
We currently do have 11 people in the public comment queue. I can ask what they want to do. First caller, are you giving public comment on the distance learning presentation?
I'm still waiting for the agenda item 3.
Thank you. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the distance learning presentation?
Hello?
Hello, are you giving public comment on the distance learning presentation?
No, on the math framework.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
I'm waiting for the next one, the math too. Thanks.
Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation? Hello?
So if we could, I'll just go ahead and pause here. Dr. Hirota, would you mind if we shared our slide deck for just a moment? And I know that we have a Commissioner Williamson, I see your hand. So what I'd like to do is just remind the public that currently we will be our opening public comment on the Sacramento County Office of Education distance learning digital integration presentation. And so that is the item for which we are seeking public comment. If you have comments related to the mathematics framework, that will be held later at item 3. So while we take a moment to clear the queue and to ensure that this message can be broadcast, we'll go ahead and take comments from our commissioners. Commissioner Williamson?
Thank you very much. I just have a quick question. I really think this is an amazing idea and very beneficial to teachers. Is there any future plans to roll something like this out in other subject areas beyond math and English?
That's a good question, and Dr. Hoda, if you don't, I can take a stab at that. So, and that was one thing that I think it's important to note is that the statute actually set forth which areas would be covered in this document. And so at this time, we haven't received additional legislative direction to expand to other areas, although we fully understand the need for STEAM, for science, for the arts, for world languages. Those simply just weren't covered in the scope of this statute, but I know that we did, and the writers did make an effort to make connections wherever was possible within the document.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. As a person who had participated in some of the input sessions, I am amazed but not surprised at the amazing document that we have in front of us. I was wondering if you can elaborate on the links to the content in language arts and math, for example. What is different about how that content is addressed within the guidance document as opposed to just linking to, for example, the ELA-ELD framework as is? So what is the criteria? What was different about the inclusion of that content, either in math or language arts within this document?
I can begin, and then Dr. Bowler, I'll let you expand further in the math section. So I think what's important to note is that in the standards guidance sections, in sections both B and C, of course, the focus was on the standards. So it's our existing content standards. But what the writers did in the organization of how the standards are presented for mathematics, they were organized so that they were they were aligned with the focus on the big ideas for mathematics, but they also include some instructional approaches and strategies that are embedded throughout this document. And then for ELA and ELD, again, they organized the standards, they identified the key areas of instructional focus by identifying related standards, but they are aligned to very specific key critical areas of instructional focus. And I think that term is something that we want to continue to convey, is that what's different about this document, and Shanine, please chime in, from the existing frameworks, is it presents the standards in a way that is much more cohesive and organized, that really helps teachers understand what are those critical areas of instructional focus. And as I've shared this document with our county office colleagues, and as they are supporting districts around support and planning for accelerated learning, they have just shared how valuable the timing of the release of this document is, because it does help teachers in planning very strategically and in a very cohesive way, so that they're not looking individually at standards. So I know Dr. Boulder could speak much more eloquently to this, and if I could turn it over to Dr. Boulder.
I agree with all of that. Thank you. And I would just add to that one of the things that we highlight in mathematics is something that's very important, I think, in the language development area, which is meaning making and giving students opportunities for reasoning. Reasoning is actually really important to mathematics, where students are explaining their reasoning. And that's such an important process for language learners, and an amazing opportunity to really learn that language of mathematics. And so we really studied carefully the recommendations of the language organizations and listened to the important opportunities we could bring into this for lots of good language-rich conversations between students when they can be supported in learning the language of mathematics. I think when maths classrooms don't have any discussions and students are just expected to know all the terms and all the language, it's very difficult. So it enriches mathematics classrooms for everybody when reasoning is at the center, students are having conversations. So I think that mathematical reasoning is very much linked to the recommendations of ELA frameworks, and really is a great opportunity to connect mathematics and language learning.
Well, and I would add, Dr. Acosta Hernandez, in relation to the English language arts framework, for example, this document really, that framework is the foundation of this document. And so you'll see that the document really begins to set forth the content and the pedagogy in the grade spans, calling out meaning making, language development, effective expression, content knowledge, and foundational skills across all of the various grade levels. And so I wanted to point that out in relation to your question regarding the framework.
And what I would like to interject, which I thought was such a valuable process and unique to this project, is because we had content experts across both math, ELA, and ELD, we had regular meetings with all of our content writers, and that certainly helped with the integration and the cohesion and the alignment in which the math framework, the section B focused on math and the section C focused on ELA, that it was presented in a cohesive fashion, and that there were linkages between the two, with ELD being infused throughout both sections. So that ongoing collaboration and communication among the writers, it certainly was a value added to this project.
So I'm not seeing any other commissioner discussion. I'd just like to go back to Denise to see if we have any public comment on this item, the Sacramento County Office of Education Distance Learning presentation. Denise?
Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation? Hello? Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
No, I'm waiting for the math framework. Thank you.
Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
I'm for the math framework.
Thank you. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
No, I'm calling in about the math framework. Thank you.
Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
I'm also calling for the math framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
I'm calling in for the math framework as well.
Final caller, are you giving public comment on the digital integration presentation?
Waiting for the math framework. Thank you.
That's all the public comment.
Member Rustin, back to you, sir.
Sure, thank you. So the public comment line for this agenda item is now closed, and the next item on the agenda is item 2, which pertains to executive committee business. So I call the executive committee to order. The public comment line for this committee is now open. Please follow the instructions on the screen if you would like to give public comment on this particular agenda item, which pertains to the executive committee. So we are meeting today to appoint Assemblymember Ramos to subject matter committees for the remainder of 2021. Members of the executive committee, let us consult the survey results. Now, Denise, I'm not quite sure the preference chart for Assemblymember Ramos, his subject matter committee preferences. If each of the executive committee members has that.
So his only preference was the History Social Science Committee.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now hear public comment on any items for this particular agenda item. I see a hand from Commissioner Fairchild.
Can I just get clarification on the call-in process for the public? That if they want to speak to the math, that they shouldn't be on holds for the lines currently, that they should wait until it opens up. Otherwise, they get kicked out of the queue and then they have to call back anyways. Is that correct?
Yes, you should only call in when public comment for the item that you wish to speak on begins. That is correct.
So staying on hold does not move them up in the queue. It actually will put them further behind in the queue, correct?
There's no benefit to calling in earlier than the item begins.
Thank you. I just wanted to have that be clear so that, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fairchild.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for that clarification. Denise, is there any public comment pertaining to assigning Assemblymember Ramos to the subject matter committee?
There is not.
All right. So the public comment line for that agenda item, for this agenda item, is now closed, and Assemblymember Ramos will be part of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee. And I now close the executive committee meeting. Executive Director Coates, quick question. Did we have to vote on that, or is that just a placement?
You just have discussion within your executive committee. It's an appointment, so there's no motion required.
Okay, great. And just to clarify, anybody who is on the executive committee, if there's anybody who has any questions or comments about having Assemblymember Ramos be part of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I believe we will be done with that part. Yeah, I don't see any hands. So that means that I now close the executive committee meeting. The next item will be item 3, which is the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee. As I think most of us can tell, there are a lot of folks who would like to give comment on that. And this part of the meeting will be rather lengthy. So we're going to take a 10-minute break at this point before we get into that agenda item. So we will take a 10-minute break, And then when we come back, we'll be on item 3 on today's agenda. So by my estimation, it's 10:24. So we will meet back, let's say 10:35, and then we'll begin item number 3 for today's agenda.
And it looks like we are ready to begin.
All right, do we need to conduct a roll call or do we go right into it? Yes.
Yes, please. Denise, will you please help us?
Yes, sorry. Chair Rustin,
Present.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza,
Here.
Commissioner Chapman,
Present.
Vice Chair Costa Hernandez, Commissioner Fairchild,
Present.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Here.
Commissioner Jarvis,
Present.
Commissioner Munoz,
Present.
Commissioner Pantai,
Present.
Commissioner Popovich,
Present.
Commissioner Renteria,
Present.
Commissioner Williamson,
Here.
Commissioner Young,
Present.
Commissioner Howard,
Present.
Assemblymember Ramos, Senator Allen.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn the meeting over to Commissioner Chapman, who is chair of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee.
Good morning. I call the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee to order. The members of the SMC are myself and Commissioners Hernandez, Fairchild, Munoz, Popovich, Renteria, and Williamson. Also, we have our mathematics Seaford staff joining us as well. We have mathematics SMC, our Ken McDonald, consultant, and Constantino Silva, administrator. Item A, the 2021 Mathematics Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12 Mathematics Framework. This is an action item. And number 1 is we're going to report on the survey results and comments received during the first 60-day public review and comment period. The first item on our agenda is to review the results of the online survey and the comments received during the 60-day public review and comment period for the draft Mathematics Framework. The draft of the Mathematics Framework was posted on the CDE website, and the online survey went live on February 8th, 2021. The public review and comment period ended on April 8th, 2021. The California Department of Education received public comments from more than 500 individuals and organizations through the online survey and via email. Thank you for your advanced preparation and review so that our discussions can be focused. At this time, I ask that you retrieve attachment 1, the summary table of public comments for the first 60-day review, along with any notes you have prepared for our discussion. The document includes a table depicting the overall ratings by survey respondents of the draft Mathematics Framework chapters, a list of the parties that submitted comments, and tables of recommended actions on each of the chapters that we will be voting on today. At this time, I will ask Executive Director Coates, Lead Framework Writer Dr. Brian Lindeman, and Constantino Silva, Administrator of the Curriculum Frameworks Unit, to set the table for us by providing some context regarding the public comment and some of the actions the writing team is proposing in response to the comments. Following their remarks, they will be available to answer any questions commissioners have.
Thank you, Commissioner Chapman. I would like to begin by thanking the hundreds of commenters who took the time to read and provide comments and recommendations on the draft Mathematics Framework. Participation by members of the public in the revision of the framework is absolutely invaluable, and the comments that we receive serve to help refine and strengthen the framework's guidance. So thank you. I'd also like to remind us all of the 4 major focal points for the revision of the 2021 framework, which are also guided by the State Board of Education guidelines. We discussed these at our January meeting, but I thought it would be helpful to remind us. of those highlights. So one, this 2021 draft framework emphasizes the need to address equity in learning while also deepening the level of engagement with rich mathematics for learners. Two, it highlights the progressions of learning that span TK through 12, both with content topics and productive habits of mind. Three, it focuses teaching and learning upon the big ideas grounded within the standards. And four, it's focused on supporting teachers and schools in making informed decisions about professional learning, technology, assessment, and curricula. I'd also just like to take a moment to briefly recapture the framework development process, which is posted on the Math Framework webpage, and to note that the beginning of this process started back in March 2019, when this commission actually approved the timeline of significant events, as well as the application for the Curriculum Frameworks and Evaluation Criteria Committee, which is the advisory body to the IQC, and it is made up of mathematics educators and scholars and practitioners. The State Board of Education then approved that timeline and the application, and then we held a 45-day recruitment period for CFCC members. Additionally, a part of the beginnings of the development of the mathematics framework included 4 focus groups of educators, and also included a focus group of students to provide insights regarding their mathematics education experiences. In November of 2019, the IQC recommended the CFCC committee members receive the focus group input and also recommended guidelines for this project to the State Board of Education. In January of 2020, the State Board of Education appointed the CFCC members, also received the focus group input, and approved the State Board of Education guidelines that would then guide this project. From there, in 2020, the CFCC, which is the Math Advisory Committee, began reviewing drafts of the framework, and they met a total of 8 times in 2020. Only one meeting was in person, and all of the other meetings were virtual due to the pandemic. So we thank you, Math CFCC, also for your work. At their last meeting in December, the Math CFCC recommended that this draft be sent forth to the Instructional Quality Commission. I also want to note that all of the meetings that I have stated thus far, including the work of the Math CFCC, were all public meetings and included opportunities as well for public comment. And then in January of this year, this body, the Instructional Quality Commission, reviewed the draft mathematics framework and asked that it be put forth for the initial 60-day public review period. And so that review period was held February through April. And so that brings us to today, where we are reviewing the public comment from that first 60-day public comment period. So with that, I'd like to just note, and I've said before, we have received public comment, and along with making initial recommendations for the Commission's consideration at today's meetings, which is included in the table, attachment 3A1 of this item, we have identified several major threads among the comments. The department received a significant amount of public comment on the issue of math acceleration in middle school and the draft guidance around grade 8 algebra, instructional services associated with gifted and talented education, additionally, high school calculus, as well as the issue of tracking. We have posted a frequently asked questions on our webpage to address some of these major issues, including some of the misinformation surrounding them. Additionally, the CDE and the writing team worked together to review the public comment and our recommendations, which are reflected in the table. I would like to take this time to thank all 5 members of the writing team for being with us this morning. And I would like to ask Dr. Brian Lindeman, lead framework writer, to discuss some of the ways that they propose addressing the recommendations received in the public comments. Dr. Lindeman?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Director Coates. Just before I get started, I would just like to, in the spirit of Chair Rustin and Board Member Rucker, just give sort of honor and thanks to one of my former high school math teachers, Mr. Eric Johansson. And he was a teacher of mine my junior and senior year in Maryville R2 High School in Nottoway County, Missouri, which is where I hearken from. And I just want to say that it was always the case in the classroom that sort of curiosity and investigation was emphasized over step taking. And little did I know that was just so kind of some of the seeds in my mentality about mathematics as reasoning above all else. And so I really want to just take a moment and sort of thank him and his love of teaching. He taught in Africa for a while and brought that love and experiences into the classroom and sort of made that classroom a rich experience where we felt like the world had come to us. And that's one of those amazing things that teachers have the ability to do on a day-to-day basis. And of course, this year has been very, very difficult for everyone, but I think it's really important to, again, appreciate teachers for all that they can contribute. And Mr. Johansson is certainly part of my math story, so thank him for that. Okay, so let's get started with some comments. Good morning, members of the Subject Matter Committee, Instructional Quality Commission, State Board members, CDE personnel, and members of the public. The writing team for the 2021 California Mathematics Framework is excited to share proposed changes to the draft based on public comments received during the first public comment period. Before I discuss proposed changes, I want to remind everyone that the framework sets forth guidance for local districts to make the best possible choices for their students based on research and best practices in mathematics education. That said, here are some of the proposed changes. 1, in response to several comments regarding high-achieving learners, we are proposing revisions to chapters 1 and 2, which clarify the long-standing need recognized by the research community for pedagogy, which effectively addresses the challenges and opportunities that high-achieving learners bring to a classroom environment. We also propose the inclusion of guidance for teachers specific to high-achieving learners within the context of a vignette, which highlights the value of including all learners' perspectives in classroom discourse. We also propose additional research findings which support the teaching strategies proposed in Chapter 2, as these types of pedagogical practices can bring about positive changes in learning for all types of learners, including high achievers. Item 2, with regards to the issue of tracking and/or acceleration, the guidance presented in the framework is intended to present research which will enable local districts and schools to make the best choices possible for their students. This research base for this guidance will be strengthened for the next draft. 3, there is no recommendation in the framework to eliminate high school calculus. The guidance presents research evidence that for a significant number of students, the rush to calculus can have a detrimental effect on the necessary deep understanding of grade level mathematics to succeed in subsequent coursework. And districts should be aware of this research to make well-informed choices. The high school course and pathway options presented in Chapter 8 were well received in the public comments. There has been a growing need, expressed most clearly by universities changing admissions criteria for alternative high school mathematics courses, such as modeling or data science, which can prepare students for the many STEM and non-STEM college and career pathways, which are not dependent upon knowledge of calculus. 4, we are proposing that Chapter 2, Teaching for Equity and Engagement, include additional citations and research connections to strengthen those pieces integral to pedagogy that better reflects the backgrounds and needs of all learners. 5, we propose more specific linkages, like you heard about earlier today, to the Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance document, recently approved by the State Board of Education, and the inclusion of big ideas, network maps, and progressions of learning for the 4 content connections in a separate appendix. 6, Lastly, we are proposing additional tables, diagrams, and links, and revising some existing diagrams throughout the document to provide a more welcoming flow in the narrative, per several of the public comments. Additional tables and diagrams from other well-known national organizations in mathematics education, such as the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, are proposed as well. On behalf of the writing team, thank you for your consideration of the proposed actions, and we look forward to working together along with CDE in creating the next draft. Thanks again. Sorry, let me go to the next piece. I will now introduce Constantino Silva, Administrator of the Curriculum Frameworks Unit, who will provide an overview of the table of public input, which is, as Director Coates had mentioned, attachment 3.A.1 of the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lindeman. Good morning, IQC commissioners. The table of public input is really a set of 17 tables. There's a table for each chapter in the draft framework. These are tables 3 through 15. There's also a table of general or additional comments. This is table 16. Table 17, the final table in the document, is a set of CDE recommendations. That leaves just tables 1 and 2. Table 1 provides the overall framework ratings submitted through the survey instrument, and table 2 is a list of all the comment submitters. All totaled, the document is nearly 500 pages long. It includes nearly 2,000 discrete comments for your consideration. It is hyperlinked by table, so if you use your navigation pane, you will be able to move quickly between tables. As the introduction on page 1 indicates, some email messages and letters received through the Math Framework mailbox exceeded the character limitation per comment. Therefore, a fragment of the comment is included in the table, with the full comment available in the box.com folder, the link to which is also noted in the introduction on page 1. Additionally, also in the box.com folder, there is a folder labeled Received after April 8th. This folder contains the emails and letters received as comment on the math framework after the close of the public comment period. We have included all messages received through noon on May 13th, 2021, as we informed you last Friday, May 14th. Finally, each discrete comment has a recommended action for the Commission's consideration today. There are 5 categories of recommended actions, which Commissioner Chapman will discuss in detail later in this item. Please know that you are welcome to ask questions or recommend a change on any of the items. It is important to note at this time that some edits have been marked with a recommended action of not recommended. While in some cases the CDE did not disagree per se with the comment or recommendation, this could be due to the fact that the recommendation is being addressed through a different public comments recommendation or by a CDE recommendation. Similarly, some recommendations were labeled not recommended due to the state board's guideline for the revision of the math framework related to page limit. Accepting every recommendation is not possible, as it would result in an excessively long document that would then be less useful to the field. Finally, I want to thank once again, just as has been said previously, the 5 members of the writing team who are present with us today. Thank you, writing team members, for your participation today. The CDE staff on hand, and whom I also thank, are Ken McDonald and Kyle Petty. The 2 of them together with myself, we will be taking notes on the discussion and decision throughout the day. That concludes my comments, Commissioner Chapman, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Constantino, for walking us through the attachment. At this time, we will move on to item 2, the public hearing on the draft mathematics framework. Now, I would like to invite members of the public who wish to provide comment to do so. Commissioners were all sent links to the public comment received thus far on the draft framework. Okay, we're showing the slide at this time on how to make public comment. For those giving public comment, in order to ensure that there is time for speakers to be heard, we are asking people to cooperate and adhere to the following practices. Individuals wishing to make public comment must call in to the number provided on the screen, which was also on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing into the meeting will be put in the queue. When you are called upon, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. A speaker may only provide comment once during the meeting, not multiple times on behalf of other individuals or groups. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. Speakers with an interpreter will be allotted 2 minutes. In order to be able to hear from everyone, we will be keeping track of the time, and we will tell you when your time ends. Denise, will you please announce the first commenter?
First caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin.
Without, something so that is currently.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Wendy Marcus. I'm a parent. I have 3 children in the Moore Park Unified School District. I'm just calling because I am concerned about this proposal elimination of advanced math classes in the middle school years. My daughter is a middle school student. I can tell you that putting advanced students with average students, with below average students, all in one class does not work. She's a gifted child. She has been identified as gifted, and a lot of times for giftedness, they just toss them to the side and give them extra work. These children aren't supposed to be teaching the other children in the class. They're supposed to be getting their own lesson plans and getting their own creativity and curiosity challenged. In addition, I don't think you've actually thought through the results of these kind of things, because what will tend to happen is parents will just seek out private schools, those that can afford it. So you're just going to create an income equality issue by doing this. Other. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, this is Helen. I'm a parent and parent leader, institution, and a school study council member. So as a parent, I think everyone knows saying, you can't hold those talented people back that you're talking about equality. So everyone is different. You want to make someone smart people more smart in the world, then, make our planet much better. You cannot hold those smart people back because of equality issues. Yeah, this is my only concern about it.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
I'm Joanne Donsky, retired professor at UCSF, who worked for 42 years at San Francisco General Hospital, helping medical students and medical residents engage with underserved communities. Many of our medical students and resident physicians were themselves from disadvantaged communities and had benefited from academic advancement opportunities in their schools. It is a moral and educational imperative that we provide academic advancement opportunities for our most disadvantaged students. Helping STEM-oriented students towards STEM careers will change their lives, in addition to the lives of their families and people in their communities. The draft math framework calls for removing flexible math lanes and the option of acceleration for all students, eliminating these important pathways to academic success. This harms our most disadvantaged students. Please recommend flexible math lanes and acceleration options in the math framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Oh, hi. I'm Susan Kolowick. I'm a parent of a 7th grader in Palo Alto. So thank you for your work on this framework. My first comment is that my comments in the public document that I downloaded were significantly truncated, and I re-emailed my full comments to the committee yesterday. So my first comment today is that Chapter 1 needs research on the effect of removing acceleration on high-end learners. The citations in Chapter 1 supported acceleration for all rather than acceleration for none, as discussed in line 465 to 44. And second, I'd like the framework to address resources for finding low floor, high ceiling, authentic math problems tied to Common Core requirements. My daughter's teachers spend significant time finding challenging problems, as the textbooks mainly have the very basic problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
This is Andrew Stein. My child happens to attend an advanced math program at a magnet school. While born gifted, he studied hard to pass the entrance test. He and his fellow students share a thirst for knowledge. The school demands much, but rewards them with college-level courses and a cutting-edge curriculum. Those students come from diverse backgrounds, and many of them happen to be on the spectrum, and many cannot afford private school. My own son never fit in before. Kids would tease him because he was different, and he even suffered ridicule for taking books to sleepaway camp once. But now he finally has a place, and that place fosters excellence. Stop the assault on excellence. Stop killing kids' dreams. You don't lift people by bringing others down. Challenge children, challenge teachers, and let advanced math thrive.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Lee. I'm from City of San Diego. I'm a parent. So this math framework is kind of a backwards, as a giant step backwards to unlawful racial discrimination and anti-merit indoctrination. It submerges excellence and opportunities under political activism. So don't subject our deserving and hardworking students, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, to unscientific and biased math training. California students, grade K through 12, deserve balanced, rigorous, and objective math calculation. Don't turn math into an ideological battleground. Talented students from poor backgrounds don't have resources to walk away from public education, but they are entitled to a quality math education that meet their academic needs and match their individual capabilities. So this is going to overcome.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Kim Wichard. I'm a retired elementary teacher, master's in educational leadership, parent of 3 gifted students, and 3 gifted advanced grandsons. This California Math Framework proposal has me dumbfounded. Is it not true that we are here to represent all students in California, like most mission statements of our districts across the state promise to do? Meet the needs of all students, offering a challenging curriculum for all students to meet their full potential. We have programs in place for second language learners, economically disadvantaged, students who need extra help, students who need support for a variety of reasons. Our advanced students remain stagnant. With the extra money moving forward, it seems the perfect time to add a subgroup of advanced learners. One size does not fit all, folks. So please, let's not forget that we owe our advanced learners an education that's challenging for them as well. One size doesn't fit all. Just like our shoes. If we all want to wear the same size shoe, go for it. But otherwise, we owe this to our advanced learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, this is, can you hear me? Hello?
Please begin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi. This is Yan. I'm from San Diego. I'm two children, one in middle school, one in elementary. So please consider our talented students, like my two children, especially those from poor background, don't have resources to walk away from public education, but they are entitled to a quality math education that meets their academic needs and match their individual capability. So higher math requirements according to a reputable pool lead to better student outcomes. Lowering the math standard is irresponsible to our students, especially those from the poor background. So, and also our California students with K through 12 deserve balanced, rigorous, and objective math education. Don't turn math into an ideology battleground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Van. I'd like to read a quote. In 1929, after Yale instituted a quota for Jews, the admissions chairman received a letter from a Yale trustee complaining about too many Jewish names on the admissions list. The list as published reads like some of the begot portions of the Old Testament and might easily be mistaken for a recent roll call at the Wailing Wall, the chairman wrote. Nearly a century later, according to a lawsuit filed by a former New York City Department of Education official, the then deputy chancellor implied that the most selective high school was taking too many Asians. I walked into Stuyvesant High School and I thought I was in Chinatown, she said in 2018. In other words, these students are different from us. They're too hardworking, too high achieving, too successful. They make us uncomfortable. They do not belong here. And now California wants to institute an anti-Asian policy because 32% of Asian American students are in gifted programs. And you explicitly say this is too many Asians in the proposal. At a time when anti-Asian bias is killing Asian seniors, you are now attacking Asian youth as too hardworking and punishing them for that. Please stop the Asian hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Shirley Adam. I'm a parent of public school children. I'm also a first generation daughter of immigrants who was brought up in public school. I'm also a professional with several years in nonprofit education targeting students in underserved communities within the Los Angeles Unified School District. I am gravely opposed to what is being proposed here. Having heterogeneous math classes from middle school onward shuts the door on the possibility for children of all backgrounds, particularly those in the underserved communities, of having a light turned on to math, which subjects them over to higher learning and opportunity. It makes us disadvantaged. It closes the door on gifted learners or accelerated learners who are able and capable of doing more. If you truly believe in the growth mindset, and I agree with you that that is a valuable mindset to have, if you really believe that there's no such thing as math brain, which I can appreciate, then the conversation needs to be around having accelerated classes for everybody,
That's
so
fine.
that you and your pedagogy can help.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Christine. I have two children in the public school system. We took one of them out of our public elementary school who had this system in place where everybody was just at the same place and they would try to bring the problem level up. It just didn't work. It didn't challenge my daughter, and we left. We're now trying to find another place that will fit her, but I believe in public education, and it would be wonderful if you would allow children to be where they need to be. I would suggest having a test and see where they place, and once they place, then they just keep on going from there. Equity is different than equality, and what you're proposing is equality. Equity would be challenging everybody at their own level, and that would be a wonderful thing to see.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Alyssa Anderson. I am a credentialed California math teacher. I am the parent of 2 gifted learners. I taught with some of the methodologies that are being proposed, and I just have found they don't work well with heavily heterogeneous classes. There is a comment in the framework that says all students need to be met at the edge of their understanding in order to perpetuate growth mindset, and consistently our higher achieving learners are not met at the edge of their understanding. They are constantly waiting for others to quote unquote catch up or deepen their understanding with the benefit of the advanced learners. And I think it's time that we've put something in place to help all students, the gifted students, the advanced students, also be able to develop their growth mindset and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Kari Lofing, and I am a coordinator for Gifted Education Services in an urban school district in Northern California, and on the board of directors for California Association for the Gifted. California's unique and diverse students are entitled to have their educational needs recognized and explained using reliable, research-informed practices, and to have those diverse needs, talents, and interests served as a part of their school day. We trust, as an association, that the language included in Chapter 1, starting with line 227, will be removed as a part of the changes that have been promised today, as it does not rely on modern, research-informed practices about who gifted and talented learners are or how their needs are best supported in California schools. This document, while not law, is powerful, and its encouragement to delay or deny California students access to advanced math in accordance with their needs, talents, and interests will systematically enhance the excellence gap.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Ryan Berryman. I have 3 kids attending public schools in the Irvine Unified High School District. First off, I'd like to thank everybody who's called in for comments, and I would like to just echo and incorporate their comments into mine. In addition to those comments, I would like to add that I find it a bit disturbing that I hear lots of words like equity, becoming intrigued by math, exploring math, when what we want is mastery of math. Those type of exploration concepts should be incorporated into the history curriculum, into the social studies curriculum, but the math curriculum should be focused on excellence and on mastery. And I'm really disappointed that we think that the way to achieve mastery is by watering down the education for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Celia House. I'm Cupertino, California. All 3 of my kids benefited from advanced math paths. I myself am an immigrant who attended grade school with English as a second language and eventually trained in engineering. I agree with the previous speaker that it's the wrong direction to have language and social studies teachers develop math frameworks. Even in today's discussion, hearing you discuss and trying to tie number reasoning skills with linguistic reasoning skills tells me you do not understand that those 2 skills are very, very different. Children and immigrants develop these skills at different rates, so your new focus on making students show their linguistic prowess over their number prowess, you will disenfranchise boys, immigrants, and be sure that you'll never be able to allow math geniuses who may not speak well to develop well in our schools. Your proposed framework will ruin math, ruin kids, ruin equality, and in turn ruin equity and ruin our country's competitiveness. So please not, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Gil Whiting. I'm a professor at Vanderbilt University here in Nashville, Tennessee. I serve as the co-chair of the National Association for Gifted Children on the Diversity and Equity Committee. As a parent, educator, and public school person from a low-income background, my thoughts on items 227, 234, 241, 415, and 423 in Chapter 1 of the Math Framework. I do believe that intentional of ill will was not intended. However, I hope my comments find. Historically, Black, Brown, Native, and children from low-income households have been disproportionately disenfranchised and left out of the high achievement access. In fact, seemingly small suggestions as proposed here will have further long-term measurable deficits to the futures of tens of thousands of children. These seemingly subtle, almost invisible measures are the same thinking that former Stanford professor and eugenicist, father of gifted education, Louis Terman had about 100 years ago about the same population. He was wrong side of history then, and I beseech this committee not to vote for less but better access, better teachers in most needy places, advocate for equity of America's most underserved and overlooked populations. A poor choice here in California will have a virus effect across the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi. Hello?
Hello, please begin.
Sorry. My name is Victor Svilik. I have kids in the LAUSD, and I'm an LAUSD product myself. I want to express my support for the general move to provide greater equity in public education. However, I want to urge you to not move forward with limiting access to accelerated math in our public schools. If you do, you will permanently create two classes of students in California. Students who attend private school will take advanced math when they're ready. Thousands of students in our public schools will not have the same access and will be permanently disadvantaged. Please, please do not take this step. Advanced math is the pathway that so many first-generation students, like myself, in our public schools use to get into the middle class. How will they compete with private school students and students from other states and countries if we dismantle the robust math tracks we have in our public school system? We can achieve our equity goals without harming these students. Many families who can afford it will leave our public schools. 180,000 students have already left California public schools this past year. Those who cannot leave will be trapped in a system that does not serve their educational needs, permanently disadvantaged in college admissions and beyond.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Hello? Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Patterson. I'm a recently retired high school math teacher from Rockland, California. Students achieving high levels of mathematical competence is an inherent good, not some evil activity that needs to be stamped out, as this flawed draft does. What is tragic is the emphasis on one-size-fits-all and dumbing down of the expectations of California students. Yes, there are barriers faced by students who come from economically disadvantaged families and families that are Black and brown. The real work is to support these students to achieve to their full personal potential, not to eliminate their opportunity. Support a path to calculus in high school and support providing the resources so this can happen for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Alan Fisher. I am a parent of a graduate of the Sequoia Union District. I'm also a physicist at Stanford, and so I live and breathe mathematics. I fundamentally disagree with the notion in the Pathway to Equitable Math Instruction that math is permeated by white supremacy, that insisting on right answers and showing a student's work are examples of white supremacy. This is wrong at its core. Math is a fundamental natural science, not a human construct. It has no ideology and is the same worldwide. It would be the same for a Martian. I am sure there are ways to improve teaching, but seeing racism everywhere is not helpful. I also urge advanced programs for gifted students. I was fortunate that I was allowed to learn high school mathematics at my own rate, which left me fully prepared for a rigorous university program. By promoting the natural talent of all its students, California can provide a gateway to STEM careers for students of all socioeconomic backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Stephen Miller. I'm a parent in Irvine. And I just wanted to say that the math framework is completely at odds with our experience here in Irvine. It tells districts that Common Core Math 8 is harder than traditional Algebra 1, and so it discourages 8th graders from learning beyond Math 8. But 1/3 of our 8th graders here in Irvine have been doing that for years. We've already had Common Core since 2015 or earlier. Another thing the framework says is that high school calculus is a mistake and the pursuit of it is itself misguided. And it leaves students at the end of 10th grade still needing 2 years of prerequisites, Algebra 2 and pre-calculus, to do in 1 year of 11th grade if they want to take calculus. We think that makes it harder to take calculus, as has been done in the school district in San Francisco. Another thing that the framework tells districts is that tracking, honors courses, accelerated pathways, quote, reflect inequity, close quote, and leave students behind. And it points to San Francisco as a successful example, but San Francisco has failed the majority of its students who don't meet 8th.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Next, yes, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Robert Crotty. I'm a parent of 3 kids in the Los Angeles area. I just want to appeal to the board here to think about what you're doing and listen to the parents, teachers, and professionals who have spoken before and who will speak after. Just take a break. Just listen. That social experimentation with math does not suit the intent of what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to provide a better pathway for disadvantaged students, but don't hold them back and hold everybody back. It is not serving anybody to appeal to the lowest common denominator. Lift everybody up, and you can't do that by holding people back. Please listen to the professionals, parents, and concerned people speaking here. They have wisdom. They know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Alexander Ginsberg. I am an immigrant myself. I'm a product of a public school education, and I want to believe in public schools. However, I only hope that this proposal will lead to a parent revolt. It is simply outrageous. Department of Education is supposed to promote education, not impede it. Teach our kids to aim high. This proposal will make it a race to the bottom. Mediocrity is not acceptable for our children. If any students are falling behind in math, they should receive assistance. The answer is not to hold the rest of the children back. The state of California is showered with billions of dollars now. Department of Education is also given billions of dollars. Use those funds to help any child falling behind. What this proposal does is it's a huge step backward. Math is important, and keep the choice.
Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, this is Michael Malione. I'm a parent of 2 elementary students in Piedmont, California, Piedmont Unified School District, also a graduate of Lowell High School myself. And I'm going to speak to the recently posted frequently asked questions that were put up. basically denying many of the claims that even though it's somewhat disingenuous to say that these things aren't going to happen. You say, no, it's not going to end algebra in 8th grade. No, it's not going to end high school calculus. And though technically accurate that it won't have force of law, school districts, educators, curriculum developers will be looking to this framework as an authoritative guide. So when it says lack of tracking or acceleration, and when Joe Bowler in an email sends out, says that, we reject the ideas of natural gifts and talents, and that the lack of tracking or acceleration will allow all students to regard mathematics as a subject they can study in which they belong, that indicates the intention of doing away with these things. The pathways don't allow to reach calculus in 12th grade.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Monica. I have 3 children in LAUSD. The methodologies being proposed do not work. The students that will suffer will be the children in low socioeconomic areas. Why? Because parents that can afford this, they're going to look for other outlets to help their children excel in math. Private tutors, math schools. This will only make the learning gap wider. I think everyone realizes this. Children are diverse. Why are you not improving the ways to support children in these low socioeconomic areas? They need help. Millions of dollars is being provided. Why are they not provided to those children? Our children should not be stopped from excelling.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Krista Landgraf, and I'm a teacher in Southern California. I've been teaching gifted students for 23 years. I'm a parent of 3 gifted students, and I'm also a member of the California Association for the Gifted. I'm very concerned with many of the actions within this framework document, particularly the language that's written in Chapter 1. The 2021 Math Framework includes a lot of language that perpetuates myths about gifted students and their educational needs and removes equitable pathways to advanced math instruction. I would certainly hope that this would be removed from the document as it is untrue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Lori Myers. I'm a parent, teacher, and co-founder of Educators for Quality and Equality. We are deeply concerned that, believe it or not, critical race theory is included in the math framework. Don't take my word for it. A Pathway to Equitable Math Instruction, a key resource recommended at least 7 times for teachers in the framework, says that we teachers are complicit in white supremacy culture if we use math practices that this resource disagrees with. We aren't just called that once. This phrase occurs over 75 times. Another paper in the framework tells us that our, quote, whiteness oppresses blackness, and our, quote, whiteness serves to constrain a teacher-educator in discussing equity. This is critical race theory in its most divisive form, which Linda Darling Hammond stated publicly at the last SBE meeting would not be used in California schools. Over 25% of the public comments received were against critical race theory, but the CDE omitted these from your list of main public comment topics. Members of the IQC, do you personally agree that California teachers be called white supremacists and white teachers be told that they oppress black people? Please vet this framework to remove discrimination and critical race theory before you recommend.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kate Miller. I am a Teacher of the Year in the Los Angeles Unified School District. I have been a teacher and a gifted coordinator for almost a quarter of a century, and I've been a gifted student for my entire life. I echo the sentiments of every single caller. And I also have to say that by eliminating gifted pathways from your recommendations to districts, you also fail to take into account the detrimental effect this will have on the social and emotional development of our gifted learners, who form their self-identification and their understanding of what it means to learn more quickly based upon their roles in classrooms. Furthermore, the students who are already on accelerated pathways, if this goes through and if districts take your recommendation, what will they do? Will they have to repeat classes they've already mastered? If you have a problem with the depth of understanding in our districts, fix the teaching problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Carla Pauly, and I'm a parent of 2 gifted learners in LAUSD. Both my children love math and deserve to have all the opportunities to advance in it without leaving our public schools. Whether gifted or not, many children excel in math when given the opportunity, and equity is very important to strive for, but keeping children from advancing is not how you find equity. California needs to find a creative way to give those opportunities to all children rather than holding others back. If some kids are being labeled as bad math students and not being put on the right track, then there is a breakdown with how they are being evaluated or taught, and that needs improvement. Over 36,000 students of color take algebra in the 8th grade. Higher learning is not reducing their standards, so why would we? Why would you want to limit the opportunities for future engineers, scientists, researchers, astronauts, etc.? Why would you want to move our state backwards and hurt our entire generation of children? Please do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning, or almost afternoon. My name is Rebecca Velasco, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Growth at the Partnership for LA Schools. I want to thank the IQC, the CDE, and the CFCC for your collective commitment to equity, evident in the framework's inclusion of practices to ensure meaningful access for all student groups. At the Partnership, we recognize the power the IQC holds to shape the future of curriculum in the state, down to the district level, to teachers, and our highest need students in classrooms. Ensuring that equity remains front and center in Chapter 12 is of utmost importance, as it will inform the criteria for materials and will have a big impact on the way publishers react to this moment. Let's also ensure that across all grade level chapters, we don't forego the opportunity to support all kids with their math language development. By that, I mean teaching the academic language of math and its complex sentence structures in order for all students, especially English learners, to communicate their ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning. I'm Karen Cow, the CEO of 10 Strands, a California-based nonprofit focused on advancing the environmental literacy of our students. In 2018, 10 Strands sponsored SB 720, which added California's Environmental Principles and Concepts, or EP&Cs, to our public education code and required that they be integrated into our curriculum frameworks and instructional materials adoption criteria. We appreciate the work of the writers, CFCC, SMC, and the IQC to incorporate the EP&Cs into the math framework over the last 18 months. We strongly believe that it's important for the framework to provide teachers and publishers more guidance about the EP&Cs and potential connections to high-quality math instruction. Specifically, we're asking the CMC, the SMC, and the IQC to recategorize comment 100 in the summary table of public comments from the first 60-day review from writer's discretion to recommended as stated in the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Araceli Simeon, and I'm a parent of 2 students and the director of the Parent Organization Network. I'm here to advocate for a more prominent role for families and effective family-school partnership in the math framework. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the critical role parents play in partnering with schools to support student learning. Schools cannot work successfully in isolation from students' families and communities. Families are key in helping develop future mathematicians by increasing students' confidence, developing a growth mindset, and providing examples of math applied to real-life situations. So we strongly urge the Commission to rewrite the role of parents, guardians, and families in Chapter 9 to broaden the vision and include family-school partnerships as a key concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Anna De Angelis. I'm a scientist at the University of California, San Diego, and I have two children in San Diego Unified School District. I would like to address the premise of this framework, the so-called rush to calculus. There is no such thing as rush to calculus in California. All you need to do is compare this with how students are learning math in states where math is taught better, like in Maryland. In any European country, I had calculus in high school. European students have high school calculus, so have Asian students. We are not different people from California students. So what you're proposing is actually dumbing down the high school graduation requirements, trying to increase the scores of low achieving disadvantaged categories. What you should do instead is not cheat the students of their chance to learn math, but put the massive resources that California has economically, put them in the school district to help these students to reach required levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, please begin.
Hello, my name is Catherine Flitcroft. I'm a parent in Benicia. My son loved math, but when he got to middle school, he began to complain that the pace was too slow for him and that he already knew most of what was being taught. He began to hate school and begged me to homeschool him. Fortunately, he was assessed and put into an advanced class the following year. This was a lifesaver for him. His mood improved, he made new friends, and was motivated to learn again. Holding kids back when they're ready to move forward is detrimental to them academically, socially, and emotionally. That is why I support the California Association for the Gifted's position on this framework. We need differentiated math instruction in our schools. We need to treat our children not as clones, but as the wonderful individuals they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Nick Hustedi. I am a continuation high school principal, and I'm calling, first of all, to support the California Association for the Gifted's position statement regarding this today. I'm also supporting Dr. Fisher, the Stanford physicist, Alyssa, the math teacher, and Celia from Cupertino. I have two sons. One is a gifted student. One is not. Same parents, same household, but two different needs. And the GATE education that my son received has benefited him terrifically. And for this to be taken away, I just have to wonder, with a $76 billion surplus, why would we deny our kids education? Why would we take that away from them? We rank 31st in math literacy, and we want to dumb down the curriculum? To me, that just doesn't make sense. I ask this commission to please reconsider the recommendations that you have made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, this is Heather Morissette. I have a master's degree in education and two gifted children.
I hereby incorporate the Math Matters petition on change.org as well as the referenced open letter to the Department of Education on the mathematics framework embedded in the petition hereby into the record of decision-making into my comments. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Gerald Lieberman, Director of the State Education and Environment Roundtable. We've been working collaboratively with the State Board of Ed, IQC, and Department of Ed since 2004 on the development of California's environmental principles and concepts, which are now part of Education Code. Specifically, I'm asking the SMC and IQC to guide the writers to provide teachers and publishers with additional information in Chapter 1 about the environmental principles and concepts so that they can fully comply with the Category 1 instructional materials criteria that call for inclusion of instructional content based on those environmental principles and concepts. Please direct the writers to include the contents of Comment 100 to deepen the discussions of the environmental principles and concepts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now and the California STEM Network. Based on experience, research, and practice, we support the current draft of the Math Framework revision that cites how race, class, and gender can be a factor in mathematics learning, and that the messages students receive about who belongs in mathematics are biased along racial, socioeconomic status, language, and gender lines, a fact that has led to considerable inequities in mathematics. Additionally, we appreciate the recognition that instruction and equity together create instructional designs that can bring about equitable outcomes. But good instructional practices alone cannot address long-standing historic and systemic inequities. We encourage the IQC to ensure that concepts of culturally responsive teaching, universal design for learning, and others are practical and explicit. Providing concrete examples, details, and tools that teachers can use in their classrooms will ensure that equity is actionable and not just mentioned. This can be improved by ensuring that the vignettes highlight CRT competencies, connect to UDL, and showcase equitable practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Patty Chavez from Parent Institute for Quality Education. I want to thank all the parents and families that are speaking today, and thank you all in the Commission for your work on this math framework and ensuring equity. We want to highlight and encourage you to continue to include parents and families as part of the equation for academic success. We saw how important it was to have parents as partners during the pandemic. We need to provide supports for teachers so they have the tools to engage with parents in a culturally and linguistically responsive and inclusive way. Specifically to Chapter 9, families seem to be mentioned as an afterthought. We'd encourage that teachers not just understand their students, but families as well. In particular, the cultural and environmental background, so they can use those as resources for learning. Teachers will gain better understanding by learning about their students holistically. A family's demographic, economic, culture, environment will all play a part in the student's learning. So we urge the Commission to include parent, teacher, school partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, this is Manuel Monrostro, Policy Associate with California Together, and one of the over 18 organizations that have been engaged with the MAP framework process since past summer. I want to first thank the MAP CFCC, the writers, and the CD staff for the strong asset-based language, incorporation of PLD strategies, and equity focus of the current framework. This is a good document that promotes rigor, as equity in math makes math practical and ties it to real-world examples that our students actually experience. I am also calling to echo our support for including Education Trust West equitable math toolkit within the framework, and to support efforts to elevate the role of families where possible, including in Chapter 9. I also want to continue to strengthen the instructional materials chapter, which is Chapter 12, to make sure that we incorporate the math instructional guidelines developed by the English Learner Success Forum. And we also recommend that Chapter 12 provide guidance for the online synchronous and asynchronous requirements for instructional materials. This is important given the expansion of virtual and hybrid learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm a parent in public school. My name is Erin. I'm strongly opposed to the math framework. I believe this is a disservice to all students, including low-income and minority students, and this will bring all of our students down, whether they are GATE or non-GATE. I also find it offensive and discriminatory against the students who want to focus on math and advance in math, even they may be naturally inclined, or they may want to work hard towards it. And I also don't understand how can you speak about growth mindset while you are limiting the growth and you are blocking the growth in that sense. And I think this will also sabotage public schools and drive more inequity, because all families who have money and means will move to private schools or private courses, and those who don't have the means cannot, so it will be more inequity. And it will also affect the competitiveness of all our students at the point of university and in their future and education. Other developing countries are not dumbing down their education.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Irina Galina, and I have two kids, one in advanced math class in the middle school and another elementary. So my husband, we are Hispanic. He came from Mexico with no English. We really want for our kids have better lives. And don't please punish my kids and other kids. They're trying hard. They good in math. And if right now it will stop, this program will stop, what is they going to do? My daughter asked me, so she's Hispanic, she said, Mom, do they think that Hispanic or black kids, they don't know how to, they bet in math? Why is it math about race? Math, nothing has to do with race. It's really, I'm really upset. I'm really in tears right now to hear this from my daughter, that she thinks that maybe she was just because she's Hispanic. And this is how you put it. This is the way how you put this. Help other kids who doesn't know good math and trying to. Don't put down other kids who's really hard working. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Jill, and I'm the parent of 3 public school children. The CDE FAQ states that the framework won't prevent local LEAs from serving gifted students, but the framework says we reject ideas of natural gifts and talents. The CDE FAQ says it won't eliminate acceleration, but the framework says the lack of acceleration will allow all students to regard math as a subject they can study in which they belong. The CDE FAQ won't answer the question about laning or tracking. But Joe Bowler, in a February email, stated that all students should take the same courses, TK through 10, and all middle school students should take Common Core 6, 7, and 8. Mr. Rustin says that the framework is not a mandate, and he's right. But schools, teachers, and curriculum developers use the California framework as a guide for informing math instruction, and its recommendations will be implemented in our schools. Otherwise, why is there a framework at all? So please don't tell us that we are misinformed when we say that the framework will eliminate tracking, acceleration, and advanced math. This is the information right from the source. Please own it and be upfront, or remove these poor math pedagogical recommendations from the framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Chao Li. I'm calling from the Institute for Educational Advancement. As a senior program coordinator working directly with children ages 5 to 18, I'm very concerned about stripping advanced math as proposed in the framework. All children have the potential to grow, yes, including gifted and advanced students. You can't deprive advanced children the opportunity to advance math. Yes, I agree, learning the foundation of math is critically important, but you also can't assume that all children learn at the same level and excel at the same pace. You have to allow math acceleration for those who are ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
This is Judy McKellen. I'm the parent of several children in LAUSD. As a disabled parent, my children would not have access to accelerated math. We couldn't afford it. Everything is just I'm sorry, this is a really emotional subject to me, because my daughter was only happy when she entered algebra as an 11th grader, and you just cannot take it away from children like her. It's not fair. Also, my reading of the framework suggested there was an enormous bias against gifted students, enormous bias against Asian American students, and tremendous bias against Asian gifted students. I really feel this entire committee needs a review for their inherent biases, because it was obvious to me.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Rosa Fontana. I'm credentialed to teach STEM and physics in California. My parents are immigrants, and English was my second language, and I benefited from public school math acceleration. I was an aerospace engineer for 14 years, and I can tell you from working in industry that we do need to track and accommodate gifted math students to compete internationally. I also have 3 children in K-12 in California. One of my children, who is in 5th grade, is often bored in math, and he just tested into accelerated math for next year. The revised math framework rejects that students have natural gifts and talents. Any parent knows how dishonest this is. As parents, we all want our children to be able to best meet their individual potential. Getting rid of accelerated math through 10th grade is going to create a lot of bored, resentful, and ultimately cynical kids. I don't understand how students are expected to magically jump into calculus in 11th and 12th grade without preparation. This serves no one. Lowering standards to achieve equality of outcome serves no one.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, this is Yuan Shen. I am parent of 2 kids from Saratoga School District. I think this draft proposal is a big step back for unlawful discrimination against gifted math students. It hurts our kids, our country's future, our international competition for the whole country. And for the math gifted students, we should give them the opportunity to advance. For the lower income students, we should also provide them the opportunity, because there are some students from poor districts that they want to advance in math and contribute more to the whole country in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Dr. Julia Nyberg, and I serve as the Executive Director for the California Association for the Gifted. The failure of the California public education system to provide access to an advanced mathematics curriculum that is reinforced by gifted and talented services intentionally and systemically widens the excellence gap and reinforces disparities with students who are marginalized and oppressed and from varying cultural, racial, ethnic, linguistic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. The greatest consequences are more than 78,000 students taking algebra in 8th grade, those in urban, rural, and Title I schools, and the over 36,000 students of color taking algebra in 8th grade, who include those who are American Indian, Alaskan Native, Black, Latinx, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. The greatest consequences will be on those students who are dependent on the bell-to-bell academic day for access to advanced mathematics. The California Association for the Gifted opposes lines 234, 247, 414, 423, and believes that access to a high-quality standards-aligned mathematics curriculum should be individualized and available to students based on their mathematical.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Steve Katz. I'm a parent of 3 children in the Los Angeles School District, and I want to commend all of the speakers who preceded me who succinctly and very eloquently explained their opposition to this program. I want to take it a step further, and what I want to say is shame on the people who put this framework together. It's Orwellian, and it's shame on them. The purpose of education is to enlighten people and to give them a chance to grow and reach their full potential. And this is the opposite of what an education is supposed to be. And shame on people who, instead of educating kids, want to drag them to the lowest common denominator to satisfy a bunch of racial bean counters, which is what this has become.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Tanae Weller. I am a former teacher and current Executive Director of High Expectations. I am here to ask that the math framework provide teachers with strategies and practices for strong homeschool partnerships. I understand how important it is to build the capacity of teachers to establish strong relationships with families. I taught in San Francisco and Oakland for 10 years, and when I came into the classroom, every single student was 2 years below grade level in reading and math. My credentialing courses in the district professional development prepared me to teach the content, but I was completely unprepared to partner with families, and I struggled as a teacher. Over time, I did learn to build trusting relationships and give families tools and resources to support learning at home. These partnerships led to amazing student outcomes, particularly in math. This math framework presents an opportunity to support teachers with strategies for these essential homeschool partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm a parent of a gifted student, and I just am very against the recommended framework. I believe that the advanced math portion absolutely needs to be included in curriculum, as my son has struggled through elementary years of being ahead of the other kids and then having to teach the ones that were struggling. And finally, in middle school now, has the opportunity to take advanced math and is thriving and has an opportunity that he hasn't had up until this point and needs it to continue to be successful. I absolutely advocate for advanced math to continue in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Ann Smith. I'm the parent of Identified Gifted Children and Identified Gifted Children in Mathematics. I'm a member of the California Association for the Gifted and an executive director of Gifted Support Center in San Mateo, California, where I help families advocate for appropriate research-based strategies and services for their children who are advanced learners and who are disengaging from their current grade level curriculum that is offered at their school sites. Differentiated learning experiences in mathematics should be individualized based on students' readiness, interests, and domain-specific abilities in mathematics. The 2021 Mathematics Framework for California has included language that both perpetuates myths about gifted students and their educational needs and removes equitable pathways to advanced math instruction. I am asking for the removal of language that denies California's diverse, gifted, and talented learners access to advanced instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Oh, hi. My name is Nancy Conche. I'm a parent of two high schoolers up here in San Francisco Bay Area, and I'm a former board trustee in my local elementary district as well. So I've been looking at these issues for a number of years and consider myself an education advocate. I have two main points. One is that absolutely we have a problem with equity within our schools across the entire state. When you see kids doing poorly based on the color of their skin and where they live, we have a problem. And unfortunately, that problem has not been changing or getting much better in the majority of the state. However, this approach, some people say dumbing down, but by, teaching less mathematics and possibly eliminating access to GATE, so in other words, lowering the bar is not the way to go. We should be looking at shattering the ceiling, not how can we, close these current gaps and set the bar lower. The problem is also not with students. It's not with the kids of color. That is not the problem. The problem may or may not be. Yes?
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Kristen McGarrian. I am the parent of two children in the Capistrano Unified School District. This framework is designed to bring more equity in math achievement across California's racially diverse student population. Students of any race will have fewer opportunities and grades to take advanced math. I don't understand how those that are in support of this curriculum do not see that it is unabashedly racist. As citizens, we are granted the right to equal opportunity, not equal outcome. It is clear that families with the financial means to do so will place their children in private schools. This will further divide the achievement gap between families of different races and social economic status. The students that remain in California public schools will be a higher percentage of Black and Latino students who will continue to suffer disparities in achievement thanks to the California Department of Education. That is systemic racism. Your policies of low expectations do not belong in the schools or anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
please begin. Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is George. I'm a parent of a high schooler in Saddleback Unified School District. I'm an immigrant, and my family victim and survived the Great Cultural Revolution in China. And at that time, I'll tell you guys, nobody knows what experience is that. The science and math was regarded as oppressor subject and was canceled. So they canceled this subject to everybody, and nobody can get education like this. It's a big setback for the country and for the people. Yes, as a communist, their claim they have a great equity in the world. Yeah, they are equally. People are equally miserable, equally poor, and equally desperate. So for all the people who educate the people in California, I would like you to consider what you want for California, what California kids you want to be. Do you want them to be
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
This guy is just talking about having grown up in communist China during the Cultural Revolution, and
next caller,
mother
we
was
can
crying.
Hear you. You can begin.
Another one said that was all no.
Next caller, you may begin.
Yeah, hi. My name is Amir Agam. I'm a immigrant. I've been in California public schools since 5th grade through my undergrad at UCLA, and have used math in my master's degree and professional career as well. And I've got 3 children attending California schools. I'd like to register my opposition, like most of the parents, to the changes that have been proposed. I'd also note that I sent in written comments, and they did not, and other people who I know also their written comments did not appear in the document that was circulated. I think that education should be tailored to students and individual students. I think it's obvious to anybody that's been in math classes, individual students would do best at different paces, and when those paces are very different, it's good to have different options. I've had a number of discussions with educators. Having students try to learn the same things at the same pace is going to be bad for those students that want to have accelerated educational options. They're going to get bored and unenthusiastic, and the ones that should be moved at a slower pace may get discouraged, and their self-esteem about math may suffer, even though they could excel at it at a slower pace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes?
Okay, this is Eileen Larson. I have children in public schools. The state education system, I believe, has written into it not to discriminate against or grant preferential treatment to or any individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in the operation of public employment, public education, or public contracting. I read an article from edsource.org by John Fensterwald. He says 6 members of the advisory committee behind the first draft formed a group called LiberatedEthnicStudies.com, and I would urge many parents and for you guys also to read that. In it, let's see. Also, I feel class time is allocated in order to ensure the instruction is focused and maximized. And thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am Luke, and I oppose you taking away my advanced math track and acceleration options, denying my existence of giftedness.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name's Linda. I attended and have 3 children in SF Unified School District. I am opposed to the removal of advanced math. It is public education should be supporting the full potential of kids, not limiting it. And by limiting their expectations and opportunities, that is creating mediocrity. It is not equality. It is a race to the bottom. And I myself benefited from public education. My parents immigrated bravely for a better life for their family. they didn't speak English, they had limited means, but through hard work and valuing education, I succeeded. And I hope that you provide the same opportunities for my children and all future California children so that they can reach their full potential and not be limited. Please change the wording in this proposal and not limit it advanced math. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi. I'm a mom of 2 LAUSD students. I'm concerned that this new framework doesn't address how California students will be competing nationally against students from like other states and private schools and internationally, where advanced math is a common standard for all students. I personally am an immigrant myself and a product of LAUSD. I arrived here without a word of English, and the knowledge of math afforded me the ability to learn English in middle school and access higher education. I was fortunate that my local neighborhood high school had an advanced math program that gave me an opportunity to excel without being identified as gifted. Being surrounded by advanced math students who were smarter and more advanced gave me hope and confidence that I too can achieve a better life. Don't we want to give this hope and this confidence to everybody? As a result, I was able to advance in math and graduate to a top 4-year university, and in turn compete in the workplace against graduates from Ivy League schools and international students. I think continuing to advance the math track is beneficial to California's prosperity and this country's future.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? All right. Hello, my name is Andrew Prock, parent of the public school students from San Mateo, California. I would like to echo Mr. Rustin's concerns about the propagation of misinformation. Unfortunately, most of that misinformation is coming from those in education research. Accelerated math was removed from San Francisco public schools several years ago. The published research suggests that this change might improve education results. Achievement data from San Francisco has now been published, and we can see how removing accelerated mathematics has impacted San Francisco students. The fact is, students are doing significantly worse in mathematics. Let me be clear, San Francisco student achievement in mathematics has gone down. The published data shows 2 clear impacts. At the bottom, more students are failing algebra. At the top, fewer students are mastering algebra. This is what the data shows. Again, let me be clear, the data shows that the amount of math learning went down in San Francisco. The proposed guidelines have already reduced equity in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Fair. I am a parent and school board trustee in a rural Northern California K-12 school district. About 35% of our students are English learners, and 75% are socially disadvantaged. Our district eliminated accelerated middle school math 4 years ago, and I have seen no evidence that it has increased access to math for anyone. It is an impossible task for teachers to differentiate lessons, to optimize learning for all students in one classroom when those students are sometimes up to 4 or 5 years apart in their ability by the time they reach middle school. We would not ask our star athletes to wait on the bench until the rest of their class can perform to their level. Why are we asking our star math students to do so?
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Our 13 schools, like $150 each.
Mm-hmm. Next caller, you may begin.
Order it and put it into nice bags, and then that's when it would say thank you for welcome back from CISL.
Next caller, you may begin. Hello? Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica. I'm the mother of our gifted child. I have been incredible. I have an incredible fortune of my daughter being placed in a gifted path. If it wasn't for this, my daughter would be in such a disadvantage. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with taking the mathematics from the highly gifted children. They have their own rights, and you are taking the rights of the children to learn at their pace. Instead of focusing on removing these type of programs, why don't you implement the same type of effort to support those people that are not overachieving their math, the mathematics, or the language? Why don't put more effort into those programs instead of taking away these opportunities to the gifted children?
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Cindy. I'm a parent of a middle schooler in Los Angeles area. And I think that one area that no one really has addressed is the level of undue stress this will cause teachers. I have taught art for many years, and I have been a guest teacher at my son's elementary school. In that class of 35 students, 3 students were special needs students, 4 students were English learners. That's a high percentage of students that really needed the curriculum to be slowed down and so they could thoroughly understand. There was also a number of kids that were highly accelerated and needed things to be sped up. And then, of course, you've got your teaching to the middle. And I don't know how these teachers will be able to teach mathematics under that type of situation where they are having to teach children on so many different levels. It will cause stress with the students. It will cause stress with the teachers. And I think it's a huge mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Hello? Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
That was me.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I'm calling to voice my opposition to this elimination of the advanced math. I think everyone of the involved is coming up with this framework is a racist. You are anti-Chinese.
I think maybe your phone cut out. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Lily Brano. I speak from Bonita School District. I have 2 kids in public school system, and then I oppose it because that means lower the standard will force our kids go to homeschooling or go private school because they don't really get the opportunity to learn from public school. Actually, I know it's not easy for all the kids together, but of course, we shouldn't lower the bar and lower the standard for the smart kids. So it's not really related to any race problem. It just has to have the opportunities to get that kids have a good education in public school. It's almost California couldn't be the bottom of the state. The country, especially no competition in the future. So it's a very serious problem. As an immigrant, it's just like the Communist Party in China's Cultural Revolution. They never required for that. So it's a lower the standard is really, really bad for the kids, and then it's very unfair for the kids who really start hard for their future. Thank you so much. I strongly oppose that. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Nancy. I'm calling from San Mateo. I'm going to talk about something that I don't think I've heard anyone bring up, and I'm sort of surprised by that. But this is the bigger picture. So slowing down math learning by delaying Algebra 1 until high school is really moving in the wrong direction, and it will not create equity as you, who are the creators of this, seem to think it will. It will only move California further behind in developing the next generations of talented STEM professionals. So I urge you to listen to the multitude of people citing a multitude of and a variety of objections to this. Please listen and take us to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi. I'm calling because I also agree with what the caller who just spoke right now. And can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I agree with what the caller just said, is you're not going to create any equity with this. I mean, we have a situation where wealthy parents are able to often send their children to alternative school choices, and so you're just going to create a race to the bottom in public schools, which are already at a major disadvantage to private school students. I myself took Algebra 1 in 7th grade, and I hated my English classes. Like I didn't get it, and history as well. It wasn't for me. But the thing that made me love going to school was math and science to a certain degree. And so you might be taking away the item that makes that kid excited about school, being challenged in an area that they excel at. And the other areas where you're now giving them like a flat line is like something they're not that interested in. And lastly, like children excelling in math, to call that racist is you yourselves being racist. Like, is there a certain God-given talent to any race in particular that makes them better at math? Because if there is, that comment itself is racist and is part of the genetics that we've all determined was racist.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, please begin.
Is that me?
Yes, it is.
Hello. I want to oppose this proposal because I think everyone has a different ability. I think it should keep different kids learn different level of math. Everyone have a different gifted in the world, every kid. So I want to keep kids have some opportunity to learn higher level math.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Paula Pinto. I am a parent of 3 district children, and I also work as a district coordinator and math teacher. While I appreciate the clarification on your poster that it is a student and less acceleration, the language in the framework is hostile to students. I'm also providing this mathematical education for all students. In fact, that's what I've been spending the past 30 on. However, we all know that we come to our classrooms with different academic levels, and all students deserve to learn. Providing students with a more inclusive approach, using open, authentic, multidimensional classes is great, but at some point, something to learn as motivation. And no, we're not rushing students anywhere. It doesn't mean accelerating students who are not ready, but accelerating the delivery of our curriculum simply because these students are ready and use advanced math to develop their mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, IQC members. My name is Pia Van Meter. I'm a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA brought together a work group of practitioners to review the revised framework and beginning with the introduction in Chapter 1 and throughout the document. Our practitioners were impressed with the tone that was set from the onset about social justice and equity and access for all students. Overall, CTA is supportive of the direction of the framework, and while there are some concerns that we highlighted in our letter from April 21st, we feel that the revised framework is headed in the right direction. CTA appreciates your earnest efforts in revising the math framework to address math equity. We look forward to working with the CDE on the next version of the revised mathematics framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Slade, and I am a parent of 3 gifted boys in the California school system. And I'm calling in both from myself being a gifted student. I was able to enjoy many of the advanced math classes throughout my schooling, and I strongly hope that my boys will be able to do the same when they're in school. And I completely agree with the statements that have been made earlier in regards to all the various needs and reasons for needing advanced math classes. But one of the things that I want to add that I think is a unique thought is, as a stay-at-home mother for the past year, I know that I've lost part of my identity because I haven't been able to challenge myself cognitively by going to work. And I would hate for my children to feel like they lose part of their identity because they're not able to challenge themselves in the things that they enjoy, like math, in the school system. And I hope that we can continue to challenge our students so that they can become their potential and be all they can be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, please begin.
So can you hear me? Yes. My name is Chris. I'm from San Diego. I'm also a parent. Let me start with the true story. So, in the college class, there was a debate saying, okay, about the final test. So, well, some people get high score, some people get low score. That just doesn't feel good. So the professor says, well, how about this? I'm going to take the average score and assign to everybody. But there's a catch. If the average score pass, whole class pass. If the average score fail, the whole class will fail. So what do you think will happen next? and the whole class failed. Why? Because I'm going to get the same score as everybody else. Why should I work hard? Well, today, California's K-12 education is ranked as number 40 in the nation. Number 40 in 50 states.
That's
make
time.
It better, or you want to make it worse?
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Tanya Greenberg, and I have a 6th grade middle school student who's in a gifted school public program, which also has an accelerated program. I am definitely opposed to this math framework proposal. And one of the other things that I want to bring up is the assumption that children who may not naturally be gifted or have math talent, that they, in fact, do not have the ability. What I've seen in my own child is that very often if you provide a child with the correct mechanisms and learning tools, and essentially, teachers who want to teach and are motivated to push their kids, that children that you would not expect to excel actually do excel. So by changing the framework and by no longer offering these gifted programs and allowing children to think outside of the box and to have higher goals, this actually does not benefit any of the students. It also, in a sense, takes students that might have potential, the inability to ever reach that potential. So I think this is a mistake not only for those that are, naturally gifted, but those that are.
Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin.
Hear me? Hello?
Yes, we
can. You hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am Marianne Hawk, PhD, a parent from San Diego. I have two main objections to the way this framework fails gifted math students. One, the 78,000 students taking advanced math in 8th grade, including 36,000 students of color, will not have their educational needs met if you invalidate ability-based tailoring of classrooms and math curricula. That will only exacerbate the excellence gap, create equity setbacks, and increase the exodus of top students from their neighborhood public schools. Two, experts agree that this document perpetuates damaging myths about gifted students. Remove that misguided language from Chapter 1 on pages 15 to 17. Tens of thousands of diverse GATE students require access to high-quality, standards-aligned math curriculum. It must be individualized and available to students based on their mathematical learning needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Laura Triona, and I went through the California public system in the 80s. I am a developmental psychologist with a PhD. I did research on mathematics and science learning, and also am working on curriculum development now at Levered Learning. I appreciate the Math Framework's effort to bring high-quality math instructions to all students in California. I've been hearing today lots of concern that the Math Framework will remove advanced mathematics options for students, but what I read was the Math Framework recommendation. I know that it's based on decades of results finding that pushing high school mathematics to middle school has had negative consequences for all students. Instead, the Common Core State Standards brings algebraic thinking into kindergarten to start and through every year, where students are looking for structure, expressing repeated reasoning, understanding that unknowns can appear anywhere in an equation. And by creating focus and coherence.
That's time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, hi, this is Alex. I have two children in advanced math programs, and I wanted to bring up a very emotional topic, which is how do I tell them they won't be able to participate in that program anymore, and what do we do? This is one of those subjects that keeps them interested in school, keeps them studying. They may not be as strong in other subjects, so math is one of the strongest. So how do we do that for kids that are really love the advanced mathematics, they love the challenge, and this is, again, what keeps them in school? What would we do as parents when this is not an option? That is a big challenge on a very emotional parenting level.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, oh, they hung up, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Denise, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment today. The Commission appreciates your interest in the mathematics framework and the time and effort you have contributed to present your views to us today. The public comment line for this agenda item is now closed. And at this time, Commissioners, considering the time, let's take a 30-minute lunch break, and we will return at, how about we do 1:05? Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Commissioners. Can you hear me now? Perfect. What we'll do is we will get started with our full commission roll call, and then we will confirm members of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee, which is the committee that we are currently in, provide brief clarification on the public comment table, and then Commissioner Chapman, I will turn it back over to you. Denise, will you please assist us with roll call?
Chair Reston.
Present.
Commissioner Astorga-Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez. Commissioner Fairchild. Commissioner Friedman.
Present.
Commissioner Gotanda.
Present.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Munoz.
Present.
Commissioner Pantai.
Present.
Commissioner Popovich.
Present.
Commissioner Renteria.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Present.
Commissioner Howard.
Present.
Assemblymember Ramos.
Present.
Senator Allen. Commissioner Costa Hernandez. Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
And just to confirm, the members of the Math SMC are Commissioner Chapman, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, Commissioner Fairchild, Commissioner Munoz, Commissioner Popovich, Commissioner Renteria, and Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. Constantino Silva, I believe you have a few remarks.
Yes, thank you, Director Coates. So following the public comment that came in, I wanted to take this opportunity to reiterate some of the comments that we already made, but just to add additional clarification. This is related to the comments that appear truncated in the public input table. So first, I'd like to just remind everybody that the public comment period, the online public comment period went from February 8th through April 8th. We received in excess of 500 individual letters and messages, and those 500 from 500 organizations and people, and those comments are what make up the public input table, the almost 500-page document that you have, where it was possible for us to place particular comments in the chapter tables that they belong to. We did that, where it was possible for us to separate comments based on page number line number, we did that. And that made the discrete individual comments. And as we said earlier, we have almost 2,000 of those. So because we have a 1,000 character limit per cell, basically, in the public comment, any letters that came in, any long emails that came in that exceeded the 1,000 character limit, we placed the first 1,000 characters in the public table with the note that the full comment is available in the box folder. And again, the address to that box folder appears on page 1 in the introduction paragraph to the entire table. So I wanted to add that clarification. And then anything received after April 8th, when the online public comment period closed, we still collected all of those comments through noon on May 13th, which was last Thursday. Everything that we received through May 13th at noon, we put into a folder in that same box folder that is named received after April 8th. So when you go into that folder, you're going to see literally hundreds of emails and letters that came in after the close of the public comment period. So we think some of the online or the oral comments related to that or were alluding to that. And so we just want to let you know, commissioners and the public, that is where those comments were placed. So I think thank you, Director Coates, for that opportunity to provide that clarification.
Thank you so much for clarifying. That was very helpful. I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you. The CDE staff and framework writers have developed recommendations for the public feedback that is listed in the attachment 3A1. On page 2, you will find definitions for each category of recommended action. However, as staff indicated, the actions in the final column of the comment tables are simply recommendations at this time. We need to come to a consensus and vote to accept their recommendations or not. The decisions that we make at this time will be presented to the full IQC most likely tomorrow. The full IQC will take action to request edits to be made to the draft mathematics framework and recommend the draft framework with those edits to the State Board of Education for adoption. The edits that the full IQC approves will be made by the writers and staff. The framework will then be made available for the second required 60-day public review this June and July. The board may request that the IQC provide additional feedback on the second field review. If so, that meeting will be announced or noticed 10 days prior. After that, the mathematics framework will come before the State Board of Education for action, which is scheduled for the November meeting. Does anyone have any questions regarding our charge for today? I am not seeing any hands up. Okay. We will use attachment 3A1 to drive our discussion. Because of the volume of comments and suggested revisions, we will not be able to discuss every comment listed in the attachment. However, we will spend as much time as needed to address all of your questions or concerns that relate to any of the recommended actions in the attachment. As we consider the recommended actions in the attachment, please keep in mind these principles. Changes to the draft mathematics framework must be consistent with the guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education. Be consistent with and support the standards. Finally, keep in mind that this curriculum framework is a guidance and support for instruction and learning based on the California core state standards for mathematics. This means that its primary audience is educators who teach mathematics and the administrators who support the instruction. A framework is not a scope and sequence. It is not curriculum. It is not instructional materials for students. It does not replace pre-service courses or in-service trainings. It does not replace ongoing professional learning. It is not a mandate that will require all schools to offer specific mathematics courses or programs. Let's get started. I propose that we review the comments by chapter using the tables to guide our discussions, since each table consists the comments from each chapter. Remember that the edits use the following notation. Recommended means the CDE is asking us to approve the edit exactly as specified by the commenter. The edits marked writer's discretion are edits that the CDE is recommending that we approve, but which will require the writing team to come up with specific language to implement the commenter's suggestion. At the end of this meeting, I will ask the SMC to authorize myself and IQC Chair Rustin to review those edits before the framework is posted for the second 60-day field review. Edits marked not recommended are edits that the CDE is recommending we not approve. Edits marked no motion recommended are edits where the CDE does not have a recommendation. It is important to note that if the IQC does not change a no motion recommendation, no action will be taken on that edit. Finally, edits marked non-actionable are edits where the CDE could not develop a recommendation, either because the commenter did not provide enough specific information to make line edits to the framework, or they asked for things that were not possible given our timeline and the resources available to the writing team. We'll work from the assumption that we accept CDE's recommended action for each edit unless someone wants to discuss a recommended action and/or edit, offer a change to the recommended action, or is opposed to the recommended action being made. Remember that if we want the writers to revise something, we either need to give them the exact language we want to see or very specific directions for what we want changed. I will remind the SMC that the writers do not have a great deal of time to add new content to the framework at this point in the process. We'll discuss the edits in the table first, but at the end of each chapter, I will ask if any commissioners have any additional edits that they would like to add or recommend. While only members of the Mathematics SMC can vote on the recommended actions today, other commissioners and state board liaisons are welcome to join the discussions. Commissioners wishing to raise an issue should use the raise hand feature of Zoom, and I will acknowledge you. Let's start with the first 110 comments in Chapter 1, Introduction. This is Table 3 on your document, which includes comment numbers 1 through 223 and are located on pages 19 through 97 of the attachment. We will begin with comments 1 through 110. Are there any recommended actions associated with these edits that you want to discuss or that you do not agree with in comments 1 through 110? And I see several commissioner hands at this time. I will start with Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you, Commissioner Chapman. And I'm sorry, because this is a question regarding the instruction. Just for clarification, for those comments that are categorized as no action taken, no recommendation, I'm sorry, I want to go back to the right language. If we don't act on those today, do those comments roll over? Is there a cumulative list? Like when we go after the second period, public period, will we see the actions or the comments that were not, that didn't have a recommendation from this period, or are those completely out?
Are you speaking about the no motion recommended?
Thank you. Yes, the no motion recommended.
The no motion recommended. And your question is, will those be in the next set of comments?
Yes. If we don't act on them, on any of them today, will they roll over to the next set of comments?
Okay, so I'm going to turn that over to Executive Director Coates because I'm not quite sure.
Okay, thank you.
So I think there's a couple of things to address. I think the first one is to note that each public comment period has its specific public comments that are submitted during that period. And so those are the comments that are reviewed or would be included in something such as a public comment table summary. So when we, if the commission today makes edits and determines that the draft will go for its second public comment period review, then at that time we would be collecting the public comments from that second 60-day public comment review on that revised draft. That's not to say that any of the comments that we've received from the very beginning of the process until the end, can always be reviewed and will be submitted to the State Board of Education. But we typically handle the comments in batches based on the draft because the next conversations about this will be on the draft that's submitted for the second public comment day period or public comment review period, not this public comment period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next I will go to Commissioner Gotanda.
Thanks so much. So I just wanted to thank everybody who's worked really hard on the frameworks because I think we really have a good start here. I do want to comment on comments 10 through 15, and this is really related to the public comment that we had at length today. I believe that I'd like the writers to go back and I'd like to recommend that we go back to give districts some very explicit recommendations and guidance around acceleration for middle school. So given that the perception of the way people have read it and whether that's miscommunication or their misinterpretation, I do believe that with the FAQ saying that middle school math acceleration is not going away through these frameworks, people believe that it is, and part of that is through this part of the document. That being said, I think that districts are going to need a little bit more information on what does that look like, because at first glance, if somebody reads it and believes that middle school acceleration should be eliminated, then perhaps they will start redoing their pathways in order to meet what they believe the frameworks are asking them to do.
So Executive Director Coates, with that particular, it is a very broad comment. We want specifics. I'm hearing Commissioner Gotanda state that we need to provide additional clarification. And I did hear the writing team speak to that earlier. Do we need to make that a part of our recommendations as we move forward?
So Commissioner Gotanda, you connected your edits directly to comments 10 through 15. So you have a couple of different options as a commission. One we can seek clarification, have the writers to reiterate the areas that they spoke to in their opening comments. And then two, we can also provide any specific additional edits to that. It doesn't have to be related to comments 10 through 15. It can, but it can also be Commissioner Gotanda's or any commissioner's very specific recommendations for the chapter.
And if I may, I believe what I heard was that the research will be strengthened, but that doesn't necessarily give LEAs specific guidance on what that looks like.
So Commissioner Gotanda, do you want to make a recommendation that there is specific guidance for LEAs in regards to an accelerated math pathway for middle school students and leave that up to writer's discretion, or did you want to provide the language?
I'm comfortable leaving it to writer's discretion, but I do think it needs to be explicit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Commissioner Renteria.
Thank you. So my comment is, I think we kind of jumped ahead a little bit, so sorry if I'm going a little backwards. On table 1, I was just really concerned to see that more than 50% of the survey results were showing that there needed to be more guidance for instruction for all students.
And I know that at the beginning, our writers did kind of emphasize that there's going to be an inclusion of guidance for teachers working with gifted students, which I think that was what we heard across the commentary. But I think I would be remiss if I don't mention, like, 1 in 5 students are ELs in California. So I also want to emphasize the need to better serve our EL students, because math is supposed to be a universal language. And I saw across the comments different connections to include some of the guidelines that the English Learner Success Forum provides, that is all about strategies to working with English learners. And throughout, and I'll point them out as we go through chapters, there's been parts where I don't know that we're using English learner backgrounds as an asset. It's very much, at no point it's meant to be, let's dumb things down so that some of our more vulnerable populations can access math. It should be something where we're seeing their background as an asset, and if we know how to better serve an English learner and use already the ELD standards, use the guidelines that are being provided by different organizations. And I know that it says writer's discretion across the board for many of those. I just want to emphasize that at the beginning, because I think that that table right there, those results are indicative of that. It's not just that we're not, that our gifted students, for the most part, that feeling like that we're not providing them the proper service. I also want to make sure that we do provide that same similar of access and quality access to math to our ELs. So I just wanted to point that out, because 1 in 5, that's a lot.
Thank you. So Commissioner Renteria, so that was a general statement, but you will address some specific things as we move forward. And so there isn't a specific recommendation at this time.
No, I just wanted to highlight that table since we just jumped into table 3.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your comment. Okay, so it looks like I don't have any additional comments for public comments 1 through 110.
Commissioner Gatanda, is your hand still raised?
I re-raised my hand. I do have a question. I don't have, this isn't tied to a comment, but I think on line 414, where they talk about high achieving students, I feel like we've conflated high achieving with gifted in the language that follows that title. And I do believe that perhaps when we talk about accelerated pathways, that there are gifted students who are high achieving and high achieving students who are going to be potentially successful in those accelerated pathways, like we heard from some of our parents who were giving public comment today. But I don't necessarily think that all high achieving students are gifted. And so that being said, I'm wondering if whether or not, when we're talking about, curriculum, or if we're talking about instruction for gifted students, are we talking about higher depth of knowledge, or are we talking about faster? And so when we talk about acceleration, those two things for me do not go hand in hand. And so I'd like to make a recommendation that perhaps it's about gifted students or it's about high achieving students. But I think those two things are currently conflated and they're not necessarily the same thing.
Thank you. So would you like some clarification language in that section on 414?
That would be great. I think either we pull them apart or we talk about instruction for gifted students. And when we're talking about instruction for gifted students, are we talking about higher depth of knowledge and more depth and complexity in terms of the type of tasks that the students are doing in math versus acceleration and moving faster?
Thank you. Does the CFER team need any additional clarification from Commissioner Gotanda?
That's understood from us. I would defer to the writers if you need additional clarification.
So you'd like to see clarification, distinction drawn between giftedness and high achieving learners?
That's correct. So right now it's labeled as high achieving, and then it goes straight into talking about gifted.
Okay. So would it be acceptable to have giftedness be a portion of the high achieving learners section? Because it seems to be fairly clear that high achieving learners, a portion of them then could be subdivided further.
Sure. I think that would be acceptable. And I think it would also help kind of in people's minds right? What accelerated would be versus, gifted.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional comments between 1 and 110 before we move on to the next set? I'm not seeing any additional hands at this time, so let's move on to comments. We're still in chapter 1, the introduction, and this is comments 111 to 223. Not seeing any hands raised at this time. Let's take a moment and just, if we could have the comments or the let's wait until we get to we're finished with chapter 1. So let's just have a read back of what our recommendations are moving forward into chapter 2, please.
Commissioner Chapman, there's one more batch in chapter 1.
Oh, my apologies. So it is 224. No. So we need to go all the way to, 223. So any more comments between 1 and 223?
Right. Sorry. You're correct. My apologies.
It's okay. All right. So now I am good. So we'll just read back what the recommendations are and we'll move on to chapter 2.
There are 2 recommendations. One is to provide specific guidance for LEAs on mathematics acceleration in middle school. The second is to add clarification language regarding gifted and high achieving students at line 414 and thereafter. Either pull them apart or add language about instruction for gifted students discussing the increased depth of knowledge versus speed of progress.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the recommended edits Ken just read? Okay, now we'll move on to...
I have my hand up.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. Thank you, Christine. So I have a question. Can Ken read back the first recommendation again, please?
Provide specific guidance for LEAs on mathematics acceleration in middle school.
Okay, so the specific guidance for acceleration in middle school. Chapter 1 is where the SMC would like that to appear.
So if I could offer for the consideration of the SMC, I just want to also draw your attention to comment number 91. Just to add additional information to your discussion. This comment also appears to address the section that Commissioner Gatanda was referencing, at least in part, and is listed as writer's discretion. So I understand Dr. Lindemann's question, because we have chapter 1, but then we have additional chapters that have guidance related to grade spans. So just wanted to clarify.
May I speak since it was my recommendation?
Please.
So I think if that is going to appear in a later chapter, I think then it should be notated there if it's not the appropriate place, if the SMC feels like it's not the appropriate place to be there. But I do think that it should be notated that it will appear later, because I think many people start with the introduction and, oftentimes if they're not necessarily math educators, they don't move on past that. And so I think in order to help clarify for many of our concerned, community, I think that it's important for them to know that there is some explicit information that would be coming in the following chapters.
So just to clarify, my understanding of the recommendations and where we are right now, in terms of the specific guidance for LEAs in regards to an accelerated math pathway in middle school, that would take place in chapter 7, where we discuss grades 6 through 8. But in terms of the recommendation regarding line 414, regarding the distinction of instruction for gifted students and or high achieving learners and not conflating acceleration, that would be the edit that we would address in chapter 1. Is
Correct.
That your understanding?
Correct. And then in chapter 1, related to comments numbers 10 through 15, and I think it's all in there, but just to make sure that everybody knows to look in the, later chapters to see where mathematics acceleration shows up.
Any additional clarification needed, but based on the recommendations so far? Do you still have your hand? Is that a new hand, Brian?
Yes, it is. I guess maybe it's more of a process question. Comments 10 through 15 are either not recommended or not actionable. So reference made to them, I don't understand.
So I used those as kind of like those were the comments that did bring up the things that triggered what I needed to recommend. So I'm not recommending 10 through 15 be actionable, nor do I recommend that they be, writer's discretion. But I do think, given that section, we do need to rewrite in order to kind of help relay some more explicit information to those who are reading it, in addition to explicit guidance for the LEAs.
Commissioner Chapman? Constantino, just to add a little bit of information to Commissioner Gatanda's response. Dr. Lindemann, you're absolutely right. Those comments are either not recommended or not actionable. I think how we can see this recommendation is a new IQC recommendation, even though it's grounded in those particular public comments. This is essentially, we can treat it as a new IQC recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Fairchild.
Thank you. I just want to verify that with these changes we're putting in, we will still come back after the second 60-day review as an IQC to discuss the changes before it goes on to the State Board of Education. Is that correct? So after we get these comments, it goes back out. Are we meeting again as an IQC? Changes.
Commissioner Fairchild, I don't know if it was your internet or my internet, but it broke up a little bit, but I think I got your gist. So according to the current State Board of Education approved timeline, the action of the commission today is as follows. You would recommend the draft with its edits to the State Board of Education, and following a second 60-day public comment period. So it is two parts. It is a recommendation to the State Board with the edits that you state today. It is a recommendation to move it to a second 60-day public comment period, and also listed on the current approved timeline. At the pleasure of the State Board, they can direct the IQC to have an additional meeting to review the public comments from the second 60-day public comment period. That meeting is at the pleasure of the State Board.
Okay.
Okay, I am not seeing any hands at this point, so I am going to move on to Table 4, which is Chapter 2, Teaching for Equity and Engagement, which includes comments number 224 to 549. We'll break this chapter up into 3 batches this time. Let's begin with the first batch, comments 224 to 335. Okay, not seeing any comments from the SMC. Are there any comments from the full commission or State Board liaisons? Okay, the next batch we'll be looking at are 336 to 445. Commissioner Renteria.
Hi, thank you. So I just have kind of a clarifying question for the writer, because on comment number 361, I did look up the sample lessons from the Connecting Critical Intersections. I know there's no motion recommended. I was just wondering why there was, is it because there was already enough lessons in there? I didn't want to make my own assumptions of why there was no more, why this comment was just no motion recommended. I personally felt like maybe an additional resource in this specific section would be helpful, but it's more like clarity. So for comment 361.
So comment, oh.
I was just going to say, I'll defer to the CDE on that one.
Sure. Comment 361 references a document that in other comments in this table also state no motion recommended, because the document was under review at the time of posting of this, which includes the pathway to equitable math instruction. And so that's why that one is listed as no motion recommended, along with the others that reference that document.
Okay, so then is it going to be, so then it can be added because it's under review. So even for the next 60-day period, it wouldn't be able to be something that can be included because of that, right?
Yeah, I would like to ask if any of our State Board of Education liaisons would like to speak to this.
Sure. Okay, so first of all, there is a lot of conversation. You heard a lot of comments as it relates to some of the content that came from this document. As it was explained by the Department of Ed staff, the reason why they didn't make a recommendation about the content from this document was at the time it was under revision by the folks who submitted it. So as you go through these, each of these sections, and you come across the content that's related to this document and its references, and you do see that the department didn't make a recommendation, as with any recommendation in these charts that come from the department, you have three options. You can accept the department's recommendation. You can decide not to accept the department's recommendation. You can make a decision that you want to do something else. And so here we are sitting with these recommendations, and the department did not make a recommendation. So you still have that choice. You can respond to the department's recommendation and accept it and not do anything. Or you can decide that you want to take a look at this document and decide if you want to accept or not accept these comments. Clearly, there's content because based on what what CDE staff member Coates just explained to you, there's a lot of work in this document that's clearly not ready to move forward as content for this draft that you want to prepare and submit for public comment. So I will give you some advice because it's clearly not ready. It's not something you can use. You can choose your third choice and simply take the action not to include the content. And that is an option you can choose and that you have the authority to choose. And it's clear that that is something some of you want to do. And that's part of the reason why some of the questions I'm hearing about some of the caveats you want to make. So my recommendation is my recommendation because it's clear it's not ready and the department couldn't make a recommendation to you because it's not ready. My suggestion and advice would be at this time for this draft to just simply remove all of that content because it's not ready for prime time and it will hold up the further development and recommendations that you can make today to the full committee.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to know that specific content. So that helps a lot.
Thank you. Commissioner Fairchild?
Mine goes to another. I'm not sure if board member Strauss wants to add, so maybe I can, if.
Thank you, Commissioner Fairchild. I believe you just turned it over to board member Strauss for her comment.
So I just want to thank you. I want to follow up with Member Rucker. I know this is a complicated process of which lines and which recommendations, but I do think we should send out the next draft as good as we can get it. And if we have not fully vetted items, if we've not fully reviewed them, we shouldn't include at this time. Let me just say, there's a whole process to the framework, as those of you who've been part of these frameworks know. There's a whole nother public comment period. It goes to the board, but we have a huge responsibility for training and support once the framework is actually developed. And there's opportunity for resources for training. There's opportunity for guidance and webinars, and all of our organizations support our continued work on equity and access and helping teachers gain the deep pedagogy. So I would say what we don't want to do is send things out that we haven't fully vetted that we don't think are ready. I'd rather see us take that in the next step after we've had more time to review and evaluate it, because we clearly know where there are some things are not matching with the philosophy and the language of the draft document. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Strauss. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Fairchild.
I hope, is my internet okay? Okay, good, thanks. So on line 343, and there was a couple of places, I think this is more for my clarification, like the comment suggests two different options. And so when we say two different options, we're leaving it for the writer's discretion to choose which of the two options is best, unless, say, I as a commissioner say, oh, no, I think we should only move forward with option one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So do we have any more discussion in regards to the next batch, which was 336 to 445? Okay, I'll now ask if I have any comments or questions from the entire commission regarding that batch of public comment. All right. Moving on to batch 3 of chapter 2, comments 446 to 549. Commissioner Fairchild?
So on comment 430, this really holds to a lot of teachers because we have such mixed classrooms, and where he talks about having a vignette that talks about how to teach like diverse populations to when you have multiple levels. Oh, my internet's unstable again, sorry. I do not have a vignette, so I would like to see some sort of vignette at writer's discretion that talks about how to support teachers with diverse populations in the classroom.
So that's a recommendation that you're making, Commissioner Fairchild, that we include. And would you like it included in this particular chapter? Or do you want to integrate it within one of the other?
Within the grade levels. Yes, I think it goes back to what they said before. As soon as I said that, I thought, oh, this should go into the grade levels. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation at this time is that we need to revisit the vignettes that are included in the other grade level chapters of the framework and ensure that at minimum we have one that addresses a diverse population in a classroom. Okay, so I see. Okay, very good. Commissioner Rustin.
Thank you. I think this actually pairs nicely with Commissioner Fairchild's comment right there. Obviously, we have a very diverse student population in California, and the more examples that we could have of how to reach students of all levels from all backgrounds, the better. So I think that the document that we just heard discussed by our state board liaisons, my reading of that document is that it's providing a lot of tools, functional tools for classroom practitioners to try to address their students from multiple backgrounds and diverse backgrounds. So with that being under review, and I understand we have a time crunch and we want to get a document that's as close to ready to be adopted as possible. I guess I have a question about if we don't have that reference in here, are we putting forward a mathematics framework that perhaps doesn't include enough practical tools for reaching diverse populations, including our English language learners? So I guess this might be a process question. I don't think that IQC has actually decided or voted yet on whether or not to remove that reference, since the document is still under review. If we do remove that reference, how or would or could it come back at some point? What's that path look like?
Well, what I heard from the state board liaisons was potentially, if we choose to remove this particular document from this, is that the strategies, and you're right, Commissioner Rustin, it is just full of really great resources for our teachers. But we have to balance whether we're going to be putting forward an unfinished, maybe an item that's maybe not as refined as we need it to be, or do we bring that back when we go and we move into our professional development piece when it comes to pushing out the framework? So I think that, if I remember correctly, when after we're finished with the framework, we do a big, huge rollout where we go through and we go to county offices and we meet with practitioners and people to support teachers. And hopefully, if at that time that particular document, if we have decided to move it out, is refined, then that could be brought in as a potential resource. And I see State Board Liaison Rucker, and I have a couple other hands too.
So, Commissioner Ruskin, I do want to thank you for asking your question. You know, a natural part of doing the drafting of the framework and the work and the phase you're at right now is to prepare the draft itself to be the best possible and most complete statement of intent and of policy concerning math instruction, professional development, and all of those things as a state document. Both Board Member Strauss and I and several of the commissioners have had the pleasure and the experience of actually seeing the rollout on previous frameworks, the math framework, the English language arts framework, the science framework, the history social science framework is beginning its work on the rollout. And what we see that happens in the rollout, as Commissioner Chapman just explained, that is our opportunity to add in resources as part of the professional development and as part of the workshops that are done to create scads of examples and support and materials about instructional strategies and about many of the ideas that you have a concern about seeing retained and in some way presented. And so taking the draft out of this framework draft today does not mean that when we get to subsequent steps in the implementation and rollout of the framework, that these resources won't come back. Those are the things that Board Member Strauss explained so very eloquently about what our next steps will be and where that role can be going down the road. So making the decision to delete the draft that is not incomplete and not ready today clearly does not diminish the opportunity when the draft is ready and when the work that is being done that the staff couldn't comment on this time, when that work is complete, we can come back to that and include it as a subsequent resource.
Board Member Strauss.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the comments that Member Rucker just said. We, on our last framework, added, or our last guidance document, added an appendix and some resources that were fully vetted. And that's a commitment that we have for anything that we add as resources, again, for local districts to use as they choose. I think in this case, when I think about the first math framework that we adopted for when Common Core was adopted after the last recession, we got a lot better in developing our frameworks. This one has many more chapters and focus than we had in our early one. And we also got even stronger in our training. And those of us know for math, content and pedagogy, we have a lot of work to do to make sure that what happens in the classroom is equitable and engaging and relevant and allows all kids access to the best and the most rigorous that they can be successful at. So I just want to assure you that this document will not sit alone. There's a huge team and community of math educators that will help us in the implementation and training and the messages, but I think the messages in our framework have to be aligned and fully vetted. That's what I'm saying. And so that's been a commitment, and those of us who have been through several previous frameworks know we work hard to get it clear, and the language and the messaging has to be clear. And I think we haven't had time to make sure that that's aligned yet, enough to send it out again before we do some work on it. The other thing is I have such confidence in the CDE team that given more time and ability to really go through that, they may come in with some additional recommendations. But I feel like going out, we should be thoughtful that it's aligned as best we can. Again, we're not done yet. We have a several step process. And this doesn't come to the board right now until November. So we have several months ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that maybe a red flag that comes for me, and I don't know if I have a specific recommendation, but it's with the term diverse learners. And when we talk about addressing the needs of diverse learners, specifically in the context of math, which is what we're talking about, that we don't perpetuate these ideas that diversity equates ability or knowledge or understanding or capacity to be successful and thrive in math classes. So I guess my recommendation, because there are aspects of diversity that have nothing to do with how you do in math and other things that have to do with how you do in math, so that we're very careful when we use diverse learners as a term, and when appropriate, be specific. So in this case, we're talking about English learners. That's the diversity that we're talking about. Then let's refer to them as English learners, and then the strategies to, and in other places, we may be talking about culturally responsive pedagogies. And so in that case, we can bring up or the proper term to identify the type of diversity that those instructional practices are addressing. And then we reserve or save the term diverse learners only for those places where we're really talking about the full scope of the ways in which students can be different and unique.
Thank you. And so Commissioner Costa Hernandez, that is almost, it's a general comment just to remind us that as we are calling out diversity, that we're either specific or talking about a whole group that could pertain to many areas.
Yes, and avoid equating diversity with capacity or understanding or skill level in math.
Thank you.
Accidentally making those connections.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Popovich.
Hi, thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to learn as fast as I can since this is kind of my first time through this. So I kind of need clarification from what Board Member Strauss and Board Member Rucker were talking about. So just specifically, maybe this would help me better understand, like line 475, it says no motion recommended. This document is currently under review. So to better understand, is one option then for us to recommend that at this time it not be included in the document? Am I understanding that conversation correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner Popovich. We, as any of these comments that you're seeing, these are just recommendations made by CDE. If you have something that you've seen that's maybe non-actionable, that you can create an action that would be helpful to the document, or something that wasn't recommended or was recommended, you can make a recommendation to change that action.
Okay. So I would like to make a recommendation that at this time we don't include this document. It seemed to draw some questions from public comments today, as well as in the written responses. And if it's not 100% ready to go, maybe it would be better served once it is done being reviewed.
Okay, so is there any commentary? Commissioner Fairchild?
My clarification, I guess, is do we need to make an action item to remove the draft?
I believe that if we recommend it, and it's one of the items that we have when we accept the Chapter 2, and maybe Executive Director Coates, you could clarify.
So for Chapter 2, yes, thank you. So for Chapter 2, based on Commissioner Popovich's statements, that would be essentially a new recommendation. It's tied to the comments that are within the draft, but it would essentially be a new recommendation to remove the document throughout the draft framework.
Thank you. So then it's in there to remove it. Okay.
So we have written that down, and so we just need confirmation that that is the direction of the subject matter committee.
Is there any more comment on that particular document? Okay, so we have Commissioner Costa Hernandez. Did you have? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Commissioner Rustin.
Yeah, sure. So I think there's different reasons why this document is being questioned, and I think based on the public comment, that seems to be separate, I think, from what I'm hearing in terms of the document not being ready, in terms of it being fully fleshed out, I think. So from what I could tell from the public comment, the concern is very similar to the concerns that we saw around the ethnic studies model curriculum, which is to say that this document happens to talk about race and racism in the classroom. And some of what I heard in the public comment and what I see written in public comment doesn't seem to line up to what I saw in the document. So for example, the document mentions that students shouldn't be given only one way to express their knowledge. And I think that's really basic, critical, culturally responsive teaching, just having students demonstrate their learning in multiple ways, keep it open, because students' brilliance is largely a lot of times greater than the teacher's own brilliance. So sometimes my students show me something that I hadn't even thought about. So I saw that, but then the comments seem to suggest that this document says that students should not be allowed to, or a teacher should not be allowed to have students show their work in multiple ways. It just doesn't seem to add up very well. But that's not what I'm hearing from the state board liaisons. I don't think. So I just think there needs to be clarity about if we're removing this reference, are we removing it because of the fears that it's critical race theory? Because I think our state board already stood firm on critical race theory during the ethnic studies model curriculum discussions. Or are we removing it simply because it's still being reviewed for other reasons? I think it's very important that we be clear about that, because this issue of equity and race and racism in the classroom is not going to go away. And I don't want us to make decisions without really thinking about the wider implications about our work to make sure that students of all backgrounds are given multiple pathways for excellence in our California schools.
Senator Allen?
Well, I guess, I guess my understanding from what Ms. Popovich is asking for, Commissioner Popovich, is pulling it now before the next comment period to make sure that everything is vetted, it's fully aligned. It's such a long document that there's a lot of stuff in there, and that there needs to be some time for folks at CD and at the board to review it and kind of determine the extent to which it really fits, everything, the extent to which everything in there fits into, the broader goals that we have. That's kind of my sense of what I think we ought to consider with this Trust West document.
Board Member Strauss.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think that there's a lot of really strong resources, but it doesn't fully align right now to how the language is on standards-based instruction. There's some confusing messages. If you link to it, you actually leave our entire document. And it's in current edit. It's been edited since we first saw it, and so we don't know how it will continue to be edited. But I think there's a lot of potential and benefit in many of the pieces. We just need some more time. But I think it's important that everything be aligned in the document that we use as a guidance document for math instruction. That doesn't mean we can't have tools for training teachers and for continued, but I think going out, we have to do the best we can at the time to make sure that our approach is organized and that the writers have worked hard and IQC in reviewing it to make sure it's really clear. So let me just say, we've seen there's some inconsistencies that need some more work on it, I think, too.
Senator Allen?
I'm sorry, I didn't lower my hand.
Okay.
But I appreciate Board Member Strauss's comments.
Commissioner Rustin.
Yes, I appreciate Board Member Strauss's comments as well. I think that helps a lot. That clarifies a lot for me. The inconsistencies, of course, need to be addressed, and for that reason, I fully understand the not recommending that reference to be in there. I just wanted to be very clear that if it's not being recommended, it's not necessarily, it doesn't sound like it's for the reasons that people were calling in, which is to say, our concern isn't necessarily, or my concern personally isn't necessarily the document's use or allegations of using critical race theory. It's more the inconsistencies in terms of the standards and assessment and some of the other things that we're talking about. So thank you, Board Member Strauss. That clarifies a lot for me.
Okay, commissioners, it looks like we may be wrapping up the recommendations for Chapter 2. So I'm just going to look one more time to see if I see any hands up. Okay, so now that we've finished the list of edits for this particular table, are there any additional edits that commissioners would like to suggest for discussion? And that's also open to all the commissioners, just not the SMC at this time. Okay, before we take on and move on to to Table 5 and Chapter 3, I would like to ask the staff to read back the edits we just agreed on in Chapter 2. Ken, will you please read them back?
I have two.
Oh, go ahead, Ken.
I have two and one that I wasn't sure on because I heard a discussion from Commissioner Costa Hernandez, but I heard no recommendation or edit. So the ones I have are regarding Edit 430, ensure that there's at least one vignette in the grade level chapters that addresses how to teach diverse student populations, writer's discretion. There was a discussion about concern about the use of the term diverse learners, but I didn't hear an actionable edit on that one. So if there's something you want to add to that, please do. And the final one is to remove all references to a pathway to equitable math instruction throughout the framework.
I think that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, did you call on me?
Yes, I did.
Sorry. Yeah, I just thought it might be more clear if the language around that recommendation is that the vignette addresses teaching heterogeneous learners. That was what I heard from the request, that it's students of different levels and achievement. So I think that was some of the confusion about putting in the word diverse. I think heterogeneous is what was intended.
You got a thumbs up from Commissioner Fairchild, who made the comment. Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
That addressed my concern.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like we're moving on to Table 5, Chapter 3, Number Sense, and that is pages 166 through 198. We'll be taking this in two batches. The first is with comments 550 to 650. I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, we're going to move on to the next batch of 651 to 745. Thank you for being patient as I check my notes too. Okay, so I'm not hearing of any additional comments, clarifications for Chapter 3, Number Sense. So, Ken, there's no recommendations. So the SMC is Commissioner Fairchild.
I'm so sorry. I did have one small little note on line 4, 742, where it talks about Math 2 versus Algebra 1 and not Math 1. When it says verify, when it says writer's discretion verified, does that mean that they agree that it should be Math 2? I don't know what that verified means.
Good. Can we get clarification from the writers? It says writer's discretion, so what's that going to look like in the document?
Well, it just says verified underneath.
Excuse me, on my copy, I don't see verified underneath mine. So I'll have to look and pull it off the website again.
Okay. Then never mind. It was a minor comment. I just didn't understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't say that on my copy either.
Right, it does not.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. So we now are going to move on to Table 6, Chapter 4, Exploring, Discovering, and Reasoning. And we are looking at pages 199 through 215, and we're looking at all the comments at once, and that is number 746 to 823. Commissioner Fairchild, is that a hand up or just from last time? Okay, got you. Not seeing any hands up. It looks like we're going to be taking all of the recommendations for Table 6, Chapter 4. Moving forward, any comments or response from the entire commission regarding Chapter 4? Okay. We'll move into Table 7, Chapter 5, Data Science. That is going to be pages 216 to 231 in your notes, and those are comments 827 to 947. Okay, it looks like we don't have any additions or clarifications needed. I'll open it up to the entire commission. Is there any comments or recommendations from the entire commission on Table 7, Chapter 5, Data Science? Moving on to Table 8, Chapter 6, Mathematics, Investigating in Connection, Transitional K through Grade 5. We're looking at pages 232 to 255. We're going to take these in two batches. We'll start with comments 948 through 1030. See no hands raised at this time. I'll open it up to the entire commission for comments or recommendations. And move on to batch 2, 1031 through 1120. Okay. Moving, I'll open it up to the entire commission. See no hands raised. I'm moving on to batch 2, which is 10. Did I already do that? 1030 to 1120? I did. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so no additional changes to the table. We're accepting chapter 6 as is with all the recommendations in the table. Moving on to table 9, chapter 7, mathematics, investigating and connection, grade 6 through grade 8, pages 256, 298, and we'll take those in 2 batches, starting with 1121 through 1236. I'll open it up to the entire commission. Seeing no hands, we will move on to the second batch, which is 1237 to 1349. So I have a clarification on this particular one. It's comment 1280, and the commenter suggests reminding and having a discussion here of the appropriate scaffolds and strategies and supports for linguistically and culturally diverse students is key to ELs to engage and have access to come to concepts and connections of the big ideas. So I think when in that particular comment, I thought, it's obviously that the as we're looking at this, are we ensuring that we have all those pieces and they're supporting? And so I was just wondering why that wasn't recommended in that particular section.
Yes, and I'll speak briefly to that. So there are a couple of other comments in this section that are totally appropriate and the direction that we want to support for the framework. But the question was, is this the right place? So as this comment is written in these lines 337 to 340, is this the place to include it? So, that's certainly for IQC's consideration and discussion.
So as you review the recommendations, what I'm hearing is that as the writers looked at it or the CDE looked at it, they didn't feel like that was a good place to add those.
Right. There may be a better place, or it may have been included in other places throughout the framework. So, if there's guidance regarding strengthening in a particular place that you feel would work, then please do provide that guidance.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Allen.
Okay, well, I'm going through a bunch of these. So we're just to make sure I'm looking at comments 1336, 1341, 1342, 1349. That's all appropriate right now, right? Okay, and a lot of them are sort of broader comments about the challenges that, and I think they articulate a lot of the concerns that we heard during the public comment about acceleration and ensuring that that we continue to provide really strong opportunities for students who are eager to take on the higher math challenges more quickly. And in general, the recommended action is that it's non-actionable I know I see on comment 1336, for example, it says writer's discretion. I guess I guess what I'd like to is it the sense of the writers and of this commission that we are rejecting that line of argument, that those who advocate for Excel, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with I would like to see some of these issues and concerns that were raised in public comment that are raised in a number of the comments that we're reviewing under this little portion here with regards to Chapter 7, given more in-depth examination and grappled with. I understand that a lot of these critiques were very big picture, and so the response from staff is, oh, it's non-actionable, because they're just kind of broadly commenting on the theme, the spirit, the feel of the recommendations and the encouragement that is embedded in the chapter. But that doesn't, that from my perspective, it doesn't mean that we just sort of move on and say, oh, it's not asking for a particular edit, so it's just non-actionable. I think these comments are really calling for a more profound discussion, examination of the fears and concerns that were raised in these written comments and that were raised during the public comment earlier today. And so I want to throw that out there. We're going into the details, and that's what we do on this commission. We love the details, but there are some broader philosophical concerns that have been raised that I do think merit serious discussion. And quite frankly, I found some of the arguments made this morning, compelling and concerning. And so I think that if everybody's kind of, and the commission is in a totally different direction than that comment, then okay, let's have that conversation. And but it seems to me that this is an opportunity for us to discuss some of these comments, and just calling them non-actionable, I think kind of defeats the points made by the commenters in the spirit of the comments made earlier.
Thank you, Senator Allen. Commissioner Gotanda.
So I think what Senator Allen is saying resonates with me as well. I think that in my earlier comment on Chapter 1, I do think that there is a place for certain students who really are ready to move on, right? If we're really meeting kids where they're at, there are students who are ready to, accelerate through in a faster way than perhaps what, the majority of students. And so I think, to Senator Allen's point, I would like to see, if there is specific guidance, right, on which students are we talking about? What does that look like for districts? And how do we continue to maintain some of these compacted or accelerated pathways that we created when the first draft of the standards and frameworks came out, many years ago? And so to ask districts to undo their pathways that they already have established, and parents who have multiple kids in a school district where one student has had a certain experience of an accelerated pathway and their second child or third child is not going to have that experience, is going to be very, very difficult for districts to implement. And my fear is that if we don't have explicit guidance here around how to accelerate those students who need more and or need to move faster, as we heard from many of our public commenters earlier today, you're going to have districts who just are not going to implement the new frameworks. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. And I think that is not what we want as a commission, nor is it what the California Department of Ed wants either.
Thank you, Commissioner Gotanda. So, Executive Director Coates, at this point, would it be appropriate to ask the writing team to maybe, because I know we've had a lot of discussion and they've read the comments as well, how they plan to address this concern?
Yes, I think it's appropriate, connecting to comment number 1336, which encompasses a lot of the statements that were made and some of the other comments that were non-actionable. So yes, it would be appropriate.
So I am going to, we have Commissioner Friedman and then Dr. Bowler has their hands up. So we'll start with Commissioner Friedman.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that clarification, because I'm reading 1336 and I was listening to the public comment and I'm trying to understand what our position is with regard to so many parents and so many educators and so many leaders in the field who have concerns about what this commission is doing with regard to questions about how we're going to deal with advanced math, gifted students, accelerated learning students. It's just unclear to me exactly how we're handling that. But these are serious concerns and they need to be addressed and widespread.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedman. Dr. Bowler?
Yes, I'm glad we're talking about this because I think the writing team is not sure what we should be saying here. We absolutely believe that have said that high achieving students should be given the opportunity to go higher and to get challenging work and to be given really rich mathematical opportunities. But we're aware that tracking, which is what people are asking for, is a very blunt tool. It's a blunt tool that also results in a lot of people being placed in the wrong places, huge racial inequities. So there's a lot of evidence that it's really not working. So what we were recommending is, why don't we enable these high achievers to be given high level work, to be able to go ahead. We know that that works. We have systems that are working in that way. We have classrooms that are doing that. So it's a little bit hard because I hear people saying, no, we want tracking, but the tracking comes with it a lot of issues and problems we have at this point, because of the tracking middle school, most students are pushed out of the pathway to calculus in 6th grade. Now, we could probably agree we don't want most students being pushed out of a pathway to calculus in 6th grade. So the question is, what do we recommend? If the evidence says that tracking isn't really working, and there's a lot of evidence to say that, it seems good that we look for other opportunities that will accelerate those high achievers without that very sort of crude mechanism. I think that's what we were hoping for.
Thank you. Dr. Lindeman?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bowler. I also just want to highlight that predominantly the framework is for teachers to use, right? That's the bulk of the framework is written for teachers. And so our solution to the issues facing us in math education in California and across the nation has been to present guidance that informs instruction better. And so we agree with a lot, actually, of the sentiment that was expressed by folks for various marginalized groups, including gifted students, have not been served well in sort of traditional education systems. So that's why in Chapter 2, we are advocating for the types of instruction that we have there to serve their needs better, like Dr. Bowler just so eloquently put. And so, again, our solution is better pedagogy and better teaching and better professional development for teachers. All these sorts of things are in there. Higher level discussions about tracking is really, that's discussions for administrators to decide upon and local school boards and so on and so forth. And if you all feel like that deserves a place in the mathematics framework, then so be it. But that is a different discussion than the framework's intent to provide better pedagogy for all learners.
Thank you. Commissioner Popovich?
I actually think the conversation that just happened helped me with my question, so I'm going to hold my question.
Commissioner Friedman?
I do think we should be clearer as a commission about exactly what we're recommending, aside from just better pedagogy. Everybody wants better pedagogy, we know that. And some things don't work, but some things do work in terms of working with every student at whatever level they are to help them to achieve their highest level of learning and functioning. So we need to, I think, be much more explicit about providing and responding to the concerns of people about eliminating gifted programs or programs for accelerated learning. And I think we need to address that explicitly in this recommended curriculum.
Thank you. Senator Allen.
I guess I do have I mean, as I'm trying to get my head around this both this chapter, but also the broader philosophy behind this draft, I got the chance to go back and I mean, it's so interesting to look at. Sometimes I like to go back and look at the history because you really do get a sense of how much philosophy changes. I went back and read an article from 2008 written about the time when they made algebra a requirement. I know we're not doing away with Algebra 1 altogether, but certainly one of the things we reading this article is an article by Howard Bloom in the LA Times, and it talks about how for many algebra was a civil rights issue, right? That people really looked at this as an equity issue, and that they made the algebra requirement largely because of the fact that there was a sense that the lack of a requirement was really putting Black and brown communities behind. Then we made it optional, and now we're kind of scaling back even further potentially. I understand not entirely. I understand that this is not anywhere near as there's some distortions that are absolutely out there, and some of them I think have really frightened members of the public. And I appreciate some of the clarifications that the CD has put out with regards to some of the op-eds out there on this curriculum. But I will say it does feel a little whipsaw. I mean, when you study this story about math requirements and how equity is used to argue, sometimes the same folks are actually arguing for fundamentally different outcomes at different periods of recent history based on equity arguments. And so I'm also trying to situate what we're recommending now. And I understand these are not requirements on districts, these are just recommendations, but nevertheless, they really do set a tone for state policy. And having served on a school board, I know how these these recommendations certainly do influence, and they're used as argument to support policy changes at the school board levels. I'm trying to situate this, I suppose, historically, and trying to also reconcile these arguments that were made, these equity arguments made in 2008, to what we're seeing now. Is it that I love the writer's comments on that.
So I'm going to move on to we have two more comments, and then maybe we can allow the writers to address all of them as a whole. So Commissioner Fairchild.
So I'm trying to simplify this. When you were talking about tracking, that is like a homogeneous classroom, correct, with the high levels in one room and the lower levels in the other room. And from what I'm understanding is this document is trying to say, in a heterogeneous classroom, how can we support who's in our room to push them to the highest level that they can go, right? And so I feel that there's a language shift a little bit, because we've always had like honors, people look for these honor classes or the acceleration classes, and if it's not available, then it's just this lower level course. But I feel that in this document, what we're trying to say is that no matter which classroom you're in, you're going to be pushed to your highest level and given opportunities. And I think that's where I was going with, how can we have these vignettes that show how you can have these heterogeneous that are rich, that will give opportunities and give strategies and teachers the ability to address those needs without that only homogeneous option. I think, is that trying to go with the document? I'll leave it.
Yes, I think yes.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you. I actually really appreciated Dr. Buller's description of tracking being a really blunt tool. And one of the things that I was really struck by listening to public comment this morning was all of the voices that we didn't hear of families and students who have really been harmed by tracking. And so I'm thinking too, like as we are in the details of this document, thinking about how we reclaim that narrative around the power of, I don't know, homogeneous classrooms. That was the terminology I think that was used. Just to make sure that we really are representing, diverse learners, but learners that don't necessarily have people to speak for them, or who are able to come and engage in public comment in these ways that we've set up for the public to be heard. So the notion of tracking being a really blunt tool that actually does potentially a lot of harm, and what some more nuance would be, to have more conversation, more of a reclaiming of this narrative, and also really informing like the public around vocabulary on all sides of this issue. I really am looking to this document to do that. And so I do agree with what Commissioner Fairchild was offering, that potentially having stronger vignettes or offering more examples would really boost like how we are understanding and the direction that we're trying to push mathematics education throughout California.
Thank you. Jenny Langer Osuna.
Hi, all. Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to try to address Senator Allen's question, which I think is a really fair and important question about the field and how the field has attempted to address issues of equity in the past, say 30 years, and how that's changed. And I think that one way to think about it with respect to algebra as a civil rights issue, moving toward the kinds of ideas that are represented in the framework, is in maybe arguably coming from the research end and from the theory that comes out of the learning theories end, a sort of more increasingly sophisticated sense of access, where conversations around access back in the arguments around algebra of the civil rights is really access to courses. And I think that where the field has kind of bluntly, again, like sort of broadly access to the content, access to the course, and the ways in which that's been very inequitably structured, in part largely through things like tracking, toward access to learning conceptually, to deep learning in the moment, access to developing a powerful relationship with mathematics and seeing oneself as mathematically powerful, which happens in the classroom. And so there's just more conversation now around how do we create classrooms that in the moment, through activity, through interaction in schools, students are gaining access to rich ideas, are able to go conceptually deep into them and really make sense of mathematics beyond the sort of memorized procedures and then kind of practice them, but really have those aha moments of like, oh, I get it. And in doing so, in working with others in that sense of sort of this active kind of space where kids are thinking together and talking together about these open tasks in mathematics that they are experiencing themselves as mathematical thinkers and mathematical learners and experiencing their peers in that way. So it's sort of almost more like what's an ecology of learning that supports really deep thinking and a strong relationship to mathematics in ways that are accessible to all learners, versus sort of more bluntly kind of historically only particular kinds of students had access to these high level courses, let's say, such as, like ultimately calculus and the role kind of bluntly in those pathways of algebra. So access to algebra really matters. And I think the field's gotten a bit more, maybe you can say kind of nuanced around this idea of access that happens more in the classroom and that is actually better supported when there's lots of different kinds of thinkers in the space, and those different kinds of thinking can be put into communication with one another in these like rich discussions. So I don't know if that makes sense, and I could like say more, but I wanted to just give like kind of how the research has shifted over the past few decades.
Thank you. Senator Allen?
Well, I guess, okay, So I'm very interested in learning more about that. I am sort of wondering why just by dint of what grade you happen to be on, and we know to some extent that's arbitrary, right? There's a cutoff date. Some kids have much closer in age to some 8th graders are much closer in age to 7th graders, and some are much closer in age to 9th graders, right? So we're arbitrarily cutting everybody off all over the place to make the school system work. But why it is that we feel the need to have everybody moving along at the same pace within their grade cohort unfortunately, I'm sure you know this. I mean, they say our schools are now more segregated today than they were in 1954. So, when the Brown v. Board decision came down. So, if you were to create a system in LAUSD, for example, where kids were moving through middle school and high school based on kind of where they were in terms of their math aptitude and moving along with a cohort, but it's not necessarily just based on what grade they happen to be in, would you necessarily be raising a bunch of racial equity issues when nearly all the kids at that particular school are from communities of color? I mean, is there a? I guess I'm just struggling with why. Why it is that you can't create that same kind of rich, growing environment, moving the students up through the math curriculum year by year, with different kids in a school that's high BIPOC community, kind of moving together, but each kid having been put into a cohort based on where their ability is. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does make sense, and I hear you, and I think that there's a lot of inherited structures around schooling that we might, like wide grades that are age based. Could we organize it in a different way? That's like I hear that, and that we sort of age based grades is just some a deep structure we've long had. But I think that to your point, one way of kind of thinking about this is, as it stands now, in a history of math education where we have for so long been teaching kids and probably all of us, or if not most of us in the room in learning math growing up, was this very kind of procedural, sort of not particularly around understanding, not particularly deeper, rich approach to mathematics. Most of us were like, sort of didn't get it, or even if we could perform well, didn't necessarily like deeply understand it. And so then acceleration kind of like just moves through those topics so quickly. And there's an argument to say that even students who are the most capable, sort of the most interested, are moving very, very quickly through topics, but not necessarily deeply, and therefore not really serving their needs beyond moving them kind of structurally ahead, but not necessarily in kind of depth of understanding. And so there's one way to disrupt that is to say that we want that what the spirit of acceleration is supposed to be, which are these deep opportunities to go deeper, to learn more, to go further in the mathematics, to rest that in these opportunities to go deep. That acceleration really doesn't go deep. Acceleration just moves real fast, kind of narrow. And so there's a desire to say, what we're talking about these classrooms that are heterogeneous and that are organized around these conceptual open-ended tasks that students can engage in multiple ways and can take to deeper levels according to their sort of interest and maybe sort of knowledge base or capacity or whatnot, is going to serve everybody better, because those learners are going to have the opportunity to go conceptually deeper in any particular topic. Now, whether you say, let's say we get that all right, we've got these robust classrooms that are serving the needs of all learners, and students are learning at deeper levels, and we want to additionally imagine, well, should there be like sort of different possible courses being offered? I think that's one conversation, but it's not the case that this work, the framework or the research behind it, thinks that all kids should be taught at the same pace or in the same way. It's really saying that there's ways to structure classrooms where the opposite of that is true, where kids have a lot more agency and flexibility to go deep into problems that meets them where they, or, you know, that they can enter problems with the students who, math problems with students who might be struggling, and can go real deep into problems for the students who might be much more, you know, kind of, let's say, advanced, without needing it to exist in different like content strands. So that's like a way to frame it. It's not, yeah.
Dr. Bowler?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Jenny, so, and to answer the Senator, yes, we do want students going to different levels. That's exactly what we do want, as Jenny was saying. But to achieve that, it doesn't have to be that we say you're going to go into different classrooms. That's where the sort of bluntness of the tool comes. And the research evidence, and if you look internationally, will tell you that the most successful countries are those who track students the latest and the least. So we have school districts in our own state that give kids different options of high school courses, but not until 10th grade. Up to that point, they take the same classes. High achievers take work to incredibly high levels, but they don't need to go into a separate class, nor do they even need a separate course to do that. They can, mathematics is a subject that you can take to infinitely high levels, even within the same kind of subject area. It's one of the beauties of math. So yeah, we do want kids being able to access different content. We absolutely do, but we don't think they need to be put into different classrooms to achieve that.
Dr. Lindemann?
And I just want to add one more comment, and that's that somehow the notion of lowering standards came through in a lot of the public comments as if that was something that was being said in the framework at all. I just want to first of all make sure that it's very clear to all the commissioners, absolutely that's not said in the framework in any way, shape, or form. If anything, like Joe and Jenny are saying, we are seeking to elevate students and to bring them up. We're not bringing anyone down. We'd like to bring everyone up. And if folks feel like their students, their children are already up, then we can take them higher. And we hope to do that with the types of teaching that we are calling for, the types of strategies that we are calling for and advocating for, the types of professional development we are advocating for in the framework, is to bring folks up from where they are. And I think that's the goal of teaching in general when you have a classroom full of heterogeneous, lots of different students, lots of different backgrounds, cultures, etc., is to how do we meet children where they're at and take them forward from there. The old notion of, you know, a tabula rasa kind of blank slate, the children come to us all the same, we know that was dispelled 100 years ago by John Dewey. And so we really want to, again, promote the idea that all children can move forward in their learning. What types of teaching can we do in math that do that? And last thing I want to point out is that just that the gifted notion being connected to mathematics, I know is very, very strong, but there is a broader discussion perhaps to be had somewhere at some place about what giftedness even means that probably doesn't have a real strong connection to the math framework in particular. And so I'd just like us not get so sidetracked on that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Popovich.
Yeah, in thinking about everything that I just heard, I think one of the things that the framework does really well is infuse universal design for learning. But I also think that maybe there could be some clarity around that so people understand it's not just a bunch of things that I do in the classroom that give everybody choice. It's a very specific design for learning that starts with the standard first. And it's a very high standard that we want all students to meet. And so I wonder if clarity around that might help better, because I do, especially coming from an elementary background, understand the notion of having heterogeneous classrooms and designing classrooms where you have multiple needs in a classroom. And so I think the idea behind universal design, where the goal is the same for everyone in the classroom, and it's that standard. And it's that very high standard, but how everyone gets to that goal is going to be individualized and developed for them. And so I just wonder if that would help clarify for readers a better understanding of the discussion of how you can have a more heterogeneous classroom with that high standard and everybody reaching that standard. But as well, I also wonder, I understand Dr. Bowler's point of tracking being a blunt tool, but I wonder if it doesn't have to be a blunt tool. If there are on-ramps and off, like if there are multiple on-ramps for students to be able to achieve maybe some of those higher levels of math when they're ready for it, so that they can enter into that course when they're ready for it, that is above and beyond the standard that is already expected for them at their grade level. And so I wonder if opening up access for students and having those multiple ways that they can enter into those higher levels above and beyond will also meet the needs of the learners who are already ready to be there.
Thank you. We're at a point where I'm not sure if we've given the writing team enough clarity to address what our concerns are with acceleration. And so I want to turn it back to them and anybody else who has some more guidance on this. I think we've talked and brought out kind of different viewpoints of where we should go with this, but does the team think that's enough at this point, or do we want to make a specific recommendation at this time in regards to acceleration? Okay, it looks like Dr. Ford has a comment, and then.
Well, I was just going to answer your first question about whether the writing team has enough feedback. And if you're comfortable with the approach that several of my colleagues outlined, in which we will rewrite some sections to be clear that the needs of high achieving students need to be met, giving some more specific guidance as to how that can be accomplished in classrooms which serve all students well, then I think we have enough guidance. But if you want a more specific thing in there that's specifically recommending tracking, then you'll need to be explicit about that.
Thank you. State Board Liaison Strauss?
I do think it's important that it be clear in the document that it's a guidance document and it's a local decision as to course offerings and pathway options. Certainly, we need to make really clear that we need to have students have access to the most rigorous and engaged math learning all the way through their math career. But I do think we need to balance it, that the state's not going to tell District A or District B what has to be in each course or when each course is offered. But that, again, this is a guidance document. And I think that ought to be balanced with the message that we want all students to have equitable access to good, rigorous, engaged math instruction so they can reach the highest potential level.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedman?
Thank you. I think that was well said. But I think it's important that when you write this, that we're asking for something specific that addresses the concerns about working with every child and being inclusive of every child based on their level of interest and capacity. That we're not saying that we're condemning the possibility of having separate classes, because the research is very diverse on this issue. There is research that shows that that kind of an approach works, and there's research that shows that we want to basically have a more unified approach. So the landscape is littered with different research on this issue. And I don't want us to, my own opinion is I don't want us to put out a document that condemns the option of having accelerated classes or special programs for gifted students if a school district wants to do that. And being silent on that issue basically may give the wrong impression to the parents of the state and the educators of the state.
Commissioner Fairchild?
I keep putting my hand up and down, hesitating whether I'm going to say it, but I just kind of going back to what has been said. I think, remembering that this is going to be a document that is forward thinking. We're going to have it for another 8 years, right? And there's a lot of shifts and changes. I mean, we added the data science chapter and things like that. So I think, really focusing on how do you take the student where they are, no matter what classroom they're in, if it's a local decision, that they can move forward. And I think that I really like that within this document that says that all kids can achieve it no matter who's in there, and making sure that the teachers have some snapshots or some ideas of what that could look like. I feel is supportive. Sorry.
Thank you. So I think that at this time, it sounds like the writing team has some clarity. They have listened to the recommendations about how we're going to address this, and we are going to allow them to use their writer's discretion to beef this piece up. Okay.
Yes, that is correct. And just to remind folks that, as was noted earlier, I forget who said it, but comment 1336 is writer's discretion. And again, we need to clarify, writer's discretion doesn't mean the writers can choose to do it or not. It means the writers do it. And so there's just some discretion regarding the language and a little bit of, the interpretation, that kind of thing. But we will take action upon comment 1336. In some of the ways that I had mentioned in the comments before. I mean, obviously there's discussions or pieces that are going to change in chapters 1 and 2. And so I just want to reiterate that's already in process, as well as some of the vignettes to include high achieving learners in those as well, to give teachers more of a sense for how to include the breadth of ability levels that students bring to the math classroom.
Thank you for the clarification. Having said that, I think we're ready to move on to Table 10, Chapter 8. And Ken, I don't know if thank you, Executive Director Coates. Can you please take a moment to review what you have in your notes?
I don't have any specific recommendations, just that the writers listen to the discussion of the SMC and are going to make revisions related to this very large topic. I have 3 pages of notes on it, and that they're going to make edits to reflect number 1336, and edits are already being made to chapters 1 and 2 and to the vignettes to address meeting the needs of high achieving learners.
Thank you, Ken. I'm sure those notes are going to be very, very helpful as we move forward. Okay, now I think we're ready to move into Table 10, Chapter 8, Mathematics, Investigating and Connection, grades 9 through 12. We have pages 299 through 347 in front of us. We're going to take them in 2 batches. So we'll start with comments 1350 through 1460. Commissioner Gotanda.
Thank you so much. I would like to, there's 2 things on this. One of them is related to comment number 1382. And so I guess my question for the writers related to this is how we're going to convey that 4 years of math for a college-bound student is something that they should do. As a former high school counselor, I wholeheartedly believe in strength of schedule for our students. I do agree that calculus is not the ultimate course for all students. I think that students should definitely have a choice in that. So I'm just curious from the writer's perspective, just what that's going to look like.
So we, just to clarify, this is not a policy document. We can't require districts to require 4 years of high school mathematics, despite the fact that we would be fully in support of that. There will be, I think, just some statements about and research to reflect that 4 years of high school mathematics help students at the university level. There's a number of studies on that out there, Commissioner Gotanda, that I think we could reference there to make that even more clear. There's also sections in Chapter 8 that talk about university admissions policies and criteria and how that is changing. And it's changing even as we speak. I mean, this year has been a lot of changes for a lot of us, but regarding college testing, SAT, ACT, things like that, there's already pieces in there mentioned on that. But I think, again, we would reference a lot of the existing research on the more math that someone takes, the better they're able to achieve at the university levels, at all the university levels.
Fantastic. I wholeheartedly support that. And then my second piece of this, and it's not, I didn't find it in a comment specifically, but I think as we're talking about our previous conversation around acceleration, on line 113, the title is Issues with Acceleration in Middle Grades. And I would like the writing team to go back and consider a change in the title of that, because I think that the tenor of that makes it sound like we don't want acceleration for kids, and that's not necessarily what we're trying to convey. So I think to previous speakers' points, that there are places for students to accelerate or whatever that looks like, if it's the same classroom, different classroom, if it's an LEA decision, but just that title in itself has a negative connotation to make it seem as though students in middle grades cannot accelerate or achieve at higher levels.
Do you have a specific recommendation for that, Commissioner Gotanda, or?
At the moment, I do not. And so I'll leave it to writers' discretion to, really consider what that can look like in order to convey what they're really trying to say. I understand the research behind it, and I understand a lot of what they're saying there, but I think just to have issues with just kind of gives it more of a negative tenor.
Does the writing team want any more clarification on that?
I will invite any of the writing team to ask. I don't think I need any more clarification. I'm assuming Ken got that down, and then we'll track that for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Allen.
By the way, I'm leaving it. I mean, I know I'm not a member of this committee, so if it's more appropriate for you to wait till you open up to the full commission, I'm leaving it up to you to decide when to call on people.
You're good.
Okay. Well, in the legislature, we're obsessed about process and who goes where on the agenda. But anyhow, I just wanted to make I was looking at comment 1398 that just gets into this chart and the images that are at the heart of the chart. I took a moment to call a couple of my superintendents from my district in the run up to this meeting. And, it's interesting. I mean, I appreciate the comment that was just made about the University of California, the fact that the UC is starting to look at revisiting its math requirements. And one of the superintendents made a really interesting comment that, from his perspective, it's not about doing away with, he very much thinks that we all, we really need to make sure that kids get access, that every kid gets access to a good, rigorous Algebra 1 requirement, Algebra 1 class. From his perspective, the real equity problems with Algebra 2, that Algebra 2 is only really appropriate for certain students, that if you really start to think about what kind of advanced math skills are most needed for the vast majority of people, you're looking at things like data science, you're looking at, stats, for example. I mean, certainly my job, I use statistics a lot more than calculus. I wish I'd taken stats as opposed to calculus, but that wasn't available to me when I was younger. So, it raises those kinds of interesting questions. But I suppose I just want to reiterate, because I think the discussion that we talked about in Chapter 7 continues here, right? Because the question of where you start and how you start people evolving through the path, continues to play out and become more complex in high school. So I suppose, I think what's going to be hard for the writers here is that I'm not sure we really have landed at some consensus with regards to acceleration, and the vision that's articulated in this curriculum is very particular, and I think one that's quite frankly controversial. I think that there may be a path to differentiated learning that is that actually could work for everybody, keeping an equity lens at the heart while also recognizing the needs of different kinds of learners, including our learners that are anxious to go right into calculus in 9th grade, whatever it is. I will also say that so much of this ultimately is going to come down to, we have a teacher hiring shortage as it is, enormous challenges, especially in the area of math, of getting enough highly trained and skilled people who are ready to take on that wonderful $50,000 a year starting salary or whatever it is, and with a math degree when they have the option of going off and working for tech, or whatever else, and then we're all of a sudden going to throw them into one of the most challenging teaching environments out there, which is that of the kind of enriched, differentiated learning that I think Ms. Asuna so articulately, beautifully laid out. No question in my mind that the most highly trained math teacher can effectuate the vision that she articulated. I guess my question is, how does this play out in actuality when we've got such challenges in terms of recruiting and training, the next generation of math teachers? So anyway, I guess I'm just saying that the concerns that we were discussing in Chapter 7 remain for me in Chapter 8. They're touched upon in a number of the comments, and a couple of them are writers' discretion, I see. So I'm just going to ask once again for the writers to really take to heart the discussion we had with Chapter 7 to try to see if they could do their best here. But I don't envy their position, given how challenging the balance of interests and how hard it is when we're dealing with theory and the vision, and then the actuality associated with rolling this kind of curriculum change out to a state of 40 million people with so much disparity, so much poverty, so much inequity and differentiation in terms of in classroom instruction in our district. So I guess my actionable item here is to try to retain the spirit of the discussion from Chapter 7 and into your work on rewriting and editing Chapter 8.
Thank you. Dr. Bowler?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I can't get my camera. I'm on the move now. I just wanted to say that the vision that Dr. Langer-Asuna put out, which is just to reassure the senator that we have whole swathes of California who are already doing this. We have teachers across whole cities that are teaching in this way and that have kids together for as long as they can before they go into different options. So it's not like we're taking this giant step into the unknown. We have teachers, really important, amazing teachers who've been doing this work for years now and doing it with a huge amount of success.
Dr. Lindeman?
Yes, and I appreciate Senator Allen bringing up these points again in Chapter 8, but a couple comments. First of all, many districts, I'm in Chico, many districts are rural, and so there's not a lot of course options that can even be made available. So consolidating, simplifying, having it be something that sort of serves a lot of different needs in a single classroom is the type of teaching that is called for in the framework. Second of all, related to that is the fact that, and I know Senator Allen referenced Algebra 1, well, that's the traditional pathway, and that has been the legacy pathway for over 100 years. So as Senator Allen is probably aware, and maybe others as well, in California in the past decade, there's been a shift to integrated mathematics, which is to see algebra as closely connected to its brethren, geometry, right? That those two, algebra and geometry, have an interplay that's lost when they're staggered throughout the years into the old AGA sandwich, right? Algebra, geometry, algebra. And so when I took it, and it's probably many of others took it that way. So there is so much to be gained with connections-wise between amongst various topics when we have it be a math course that a student takes at the freshman level, another math course at the sophomore level, and so on and so forth, that really gets lost when we start splitting it into all these different pieces. Hence the notion of things like big ideas. Hence the notion of things like content connections, where we have these through fares that go through the different grades in geometry and in the other connected areas to that, like data. That would have been wonderful to have a statistics course, again, at the high school level for more high schools to have. So I just want to point out that at the high school level, if acceleration occurs, we would hope that it occurs there. And that is the place that students can take multiple math courses at the same time, like they do at the university level. That happens at the university level. They take 3, 4, well, I don't encourage them to take more than 3 math courses, our math majors, but that certainly happens at the university level as well. And research shows that acceleration later on tends to be something that works much better than acceleration earlier on. So that's why you'll see the comments and narrative about that, Senator Allen, in Chapter 8 as well. But again, I appreciate bringing this up again here.
Okay, thank you. We're wrapping up our comments for batch 1 of Chapter 8, which is 1350 to 1460. I'll open it up. Commissioner Pantai.
Yes, thank you. I have one specific vignette that I would like to examine. I'm enjoying reading the vignettes. As a teacher, I'm thinking through how it could be implemented and used in the classroom. So I would like to look at one particular one on page 35, lines 913 to 916, where students are asked to complete in this particular vignette or offer suggestions or proposal in determining the number of whales the indigenous population can hunt per year as part of the quote unquote Aboriginal subsistence whaling management plan, and determining the outcome of this data that they have to analyze, which by the way is an incredibly complex task. So I'm happy to see that. But we're asking students to create a proposal and making sure that the whale population continues to grow, at the same time catering to the needs of the 2 native tribes in that region who use it as a source of livelihood. And I want us to be culturally aware, and I want us to make sure that this math problem is both positive and sensitive to the needs and views of all of our students in the classroom, right? Especially students who may connect to that culturally. So I first off really like the math problem and having students look at data. And I think that the students in our classroom would have a high interest in this particular vignette. And many of them are environmentally conscious and socially aware of the diversity of other cultures and what's going on in the world. And this particular math problem brings that social and political awareness, and that should be encouraged. But we have to be cautious, and I want us to be cognizant and aware of the narrative and how this is told. I'm thrilled to see the inclusion of indigenous people in this vignette. Like, for example, lines 883 to 899 provide some of that perspective. But I would like to recommend a few things to this vignette on whale hunting. And the first is to clarify the task number 1, which asks students what happened to the whale population. And for me, as a teacher, I'm thinking, well, a number of things happened, right? Not just killing of whales by indigenous people, but also by developed nations. Aside from that data of killing whales, there's also the mortality rates, low birth rates. Students could respond with environmental factors such as pollution, rising temperature, rising sea level, etc. So it's really an open-ended question. And so you could lead the students anywhere. Is that intentional, first of all, by the writers? Or is the teacher asking students a specific answer that's related to this math problem and data collection of the population of whales have decreased? Is that what they're looking for? So the task is to prove it and show based on the evidence and the data collected in this particular vignette. So I'd like a little bit of clarity for task number 1. And then another recommendation on this is maybe perhaps add another data and not just one graph or chart that can shed light to further help students analyze this problem, right? Because all I see is that one on page 36, where students look at that data and then they kind of do their own research and hopefully cite their sources. But where is ours? I'm like looking for the source. And on line 912, you state source pending. And I'm like, well, that kind of worries me when you say source pending. So maybe include our own source for that to make this vignette even stronger. Also, I would consider one additional item, and this is my last piece, is adding a 4th task, because there's 3 that students are asked to do. And perhaps the 4th task is to allow students to go further in their rationale and explain their thinking or their reasoning for why they came up with the proposal that this is the best policy to help both the whale population and at the same time help the indigenous tribes that rely on whales as a source of livelihood. So it provides that opportunity for students, especially EL students, to practice writing, conversations within classroom that goes beyond just math and numbers. So asking students to present, to talk about it, because this also is tied to social, political, economical, environmental discussions that I think is really valuable. And it's great to see this connected, infused in with a math problem. I think it's a great vignette, a great data analysis type activity where students get to investigate, predict, propose their understanding and the impact related to the topic. And it's a great example of what Professor Jenny Langer-Osuna said about how math can be complex and span across different fields and areas and be more in-depth in their thinking beyond numbers. And I would just like to recommend that we could modify this and add a little bit more to enhance the experience for students.
Thank you. Senator Allen?
Yeah, I was just, I wanted to actually follow up on Commissioner Pantai's comments because I was going to ask us a little later, but I figured why not do it now. There was a public comment made about environmental principles. I know there are a number of public comments that we actually have incorporated, some we haven't, throughout every single chapter. But I would like to just give the writers the opportunity to comment a little bit on Commissioner Pantai's comments and just the general interest that I think many members of the public and I think many members of the commission have to ensure that some of the environmental literacy principles that we talk about with a lot of our curricula are also incorporated into this math curriculum.
I can speak to that. We have endeavored to include a lot of the EP&Cs throughout the time with the CFCC. Jerry Lieberman has submitted many of those, and there's lots more in this table, or these sets of tables, really, that you'll see incorporated to Senator Allen regarding the environmental principles. So, and then in particular in relation then to what the commissioner had said about the whale vignette, certainly we'd look for any improvements that you would like to see made to it and welcome those. So thank you. And thank you for looking at it so carefully and attending to the math as well. We really like this vignette, but again, it's for public consumption, of course, so we want it to be as effective as possible.
Okay, so I believe we're ready. We finished with 1461 to 1566.
I see a hand from Commissioner Munoz.
I apologize, Commissioner Munoz.
Oh, okay. I just want to just chime in. You know, you're talking about what teachers can do in the classroom, and that whale vignette is a good example of what a teacher will present for a GATE and gifted class to drive the instructions, because you're looking at product and outcomes. You are doing the environmental stuff, but I just recently finished my training on getting GATE recertification. And I know there's been some research I've been training under Dr. Kaplan at USC, and she's looking at that and asking teachers to do exactly what that vignette asks teachers to do, is to think outside the box, to bring in social, emotional things, because you can bring up all sorts of issues, but we're really looking at a product and an outcome. That lesson can be taken all the way down to third grade, all the way up. So I just want to point out, when you look at that, when you're saying, what does the teacher do? What kind of ideas they can do? That specifically one is what the GATE teachers are looking for when we're being trained in our GATE certification class. So I just want to thank whoever wrote that. That's a good example of what a GATE lesson looks like. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any more recommendations or comments on Chapter 8 from either the SMC or the entire commission? Okay, Ken, do you mind reviewing your notes for this last chapter, please?
First item, line 113, change the title of the section Issues with Acceleration in Middle Grades to make it clear that we are not rejecting acceleration as an option. Item 2, and there was discussion about the writers listening to the discussion in Chapter 7 related to acceleration. I don't know if that requires specific recommendations, since we're not changing anything. Then, second item, for the vignette on page 35, A, clarify task number 1 and the other factors that could be in play, such as environmental factors, mortality rates, etc. B, add another source, see line 912. C, add a fourth task in which the students go further in their rationale and explain the thinking behind their proposal.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, at this time, we're moving on to Table 11, Chapter 9, Supporting Equitable and Engaging Math Instruction. Those are pages 348 through 367. We're going to take them in one batch. Those are comments 1567 through 1652. Commissioner Gotanda?
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Chapman. Did we go through the second batch of the Chapter 8? I apologize if I missed it.
Yes, but if you have a comment, we can go back.
I apologize. Comment 1539. The question is, in the pathways, what is other? So I do see it's writer's discretion. I guess my question for the writers is that figure 8X, how is it intended to be read? Because I think the way that I'm making an assumption, but I think that the writers meant to have year 1 and 2, and I'll talk about those in a second, but the other courses that were in the cloud, I think were intended to be options for students, but it feels very linear.
Can we show the figure, please?
Certainly, I will project it.
Thank you. And is there somebody from the writing team who wouldn't mind reviewing that with us, please?
Sure. Commissioner Gotanda, can you repeat, I'm sorry, your question about the figure?
So is it intended that the courses that are in the little puffy cloud, that they're intended to be options for students, or regardless of what pathway they're on below?
Yes.
Because the way that it I think it reads a little bit linear just because of the way they're lined up.
And so when I looked at it, I felt like, a student could take statistics, after pre-calc or whatever it is, but it looks like only unless you're in the middle column would you go on that statistics pathway.
Right. So there was some deliberate, I think, kind of suggestions of different options that are available in the cloud, hence the cloud diagram. So as you'll see, sort of the MIC courses, modeling with functions, and MIC data science are more to the left of the cloud. So because they would seem to flow from what we have proposed for MIC courses 1 and 2, likely to flow up from there. But integrated 1 or 2 algebra 1 and geometry could also lend themselves to a data science 3rd year course or a modeling with functions 3rd year course. So it is meant to be sort of, in some sense, free flowing in that cloud that folks can take whatever, provided that prerequisites are met. And we're assuming that districts would want to put at times, right, various prerequisites and things like that. But it was to suggest that in the 3rd and 4th years, there is really a lot of electives that students could take in terms of different math pathways that they would envision for themselves and preparation for university or career that they would like to do. So it's not meant to be strictly linear. It's also meant to be, again, somewhat free-flowing. So we're happy to entertain thoughts on how to reorganize that better to make that more clear.
I mean, even perhaps an asterisk that's next to years 3 and 4 is that, pending prerequisites are met, students may, take other courses outside of what would be considered a traditional pathway, right? And so to your point earlier, you talked about, the AGA pathway, but then perhaps the student after, geometry wants to take, data science or whatever it might be. So I think perhaps just clarifying that in some way, because the way that it reads right now is just a little bit linear.
So in lines 348 to 360, there is that clarification that you're actually asking about. Okay. That sort of walks the reader through different pathways through the diagram. We could make that a footnote or something like that, and an asterisk if you'd like that to be even more clear.
I think that would be my recommendation, just because I think oftentimes when it comes to visuals, people's eyes go directly to that visual, and then later, and it describes it above and then it goes below, but it is 2 paragraphs later, so I do think that it could be misconstrued.
Right. Yeah. The second paragraph after that is the required long description, of course, for accessibility purposes. Yeah. Right. Ideally, that would follow right after. So sure, I think the writing team would be happy to entertain, asterisk or something, footnote type of commentary.
Thank you. And then on a second note, I think to Senator Allen's point earlier, I think that perhaps there needs to be some clarification around, should a student be in accelerated pathway as if that is what their district has in place for them. Their first course would not be Algebra 1. And so I think perhaps that was what Senator Allen wanted to kind of address by looking at this this chart, and correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Allen, but if Algebra 1 isn't their first course in year 1, is it possible? I don't know how to organize it without redoing the entire graphic, but I can see that if there's students who are starting, let's just say at geometry or algebra 2, right, then their years are off according to the left-hand side of the chart.
So I was waiting for someone else to join in there. Is that question for us? Yeah, Commissioner Godenda, is how to reference the fact that students that would take, say, integrated 1 in 8th grade, how to make note of that in the diagram?
Yes. Thank you.
I think another asterisk there would certainly serve the purposes pretty well. That we could say, note that year 1 of high school mathematics could start, if districts so chose, in 8th grade for some students.
I think that would serve the purpose. Thank you for synthesizing that for me. And then just last, I do want to go back to comment number 1539. I would like other to be defined and or given ideas for districts, because I think, you know, if this is going to be the guiding document, other is hard for folks to know exactly what is intended there.
Commissioner Gotanda, did you say 1549?
I can't remember.
1539.
Thank you.
39, thank you.
I think my internet cut out there for a minute. Did you say, Commissioner Gotanda, 1539, right? The one that references other? Okay.
1539.
1539. Okay, so some clarification. Yes, that's already listed as writer's discretion, so we would for sure provide that.
Thank you. Ken, do you mind just reviewing the last couple of items that we've added to that last chapter, please?
SMC recommendation, add the following clarifications to the table on line 339. A, add a footnote clarifying that the cloud in years 3 through 4 is not intended to be a linear progression and is pending the meeting of local prerequisites. B, also note that some students might take year 1 courses in 8th grade. C, provide a definition of the courses marked other in the cloud. See edit 1539.
Thank you. So now I think we're ready to tackle Chapter 9, Supporting Equitable and Engaging Math Instruction. Okay. And those are comments 1567 through 1652. I do want to get some clarification on why this particular comment was not recommended. It is comment 1589 and is in reference to the section that talks about evaluating teaching and learning. And the commenter wanted to include here some verbiage about equitable grading practices. I want to get some clarification why that was not recommended. As looking at this and the whole picture about equity, that is a huge piece of the work that we need to do in ensuring that we are looking at student growth in an equitable lens. So just some clarification why that was not recommended. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
As you might imagine, I don't remember every comment individually, but this one, I imagine we said not, the staff and we said not recommended here because it is covered in the assessment chapter, and this is the professional development chapter. So obviously we would hope that educators have professional development around assessment, which would make use of the assessment chapter, but that's different than putting the assessment content into the professional development chapter.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Any other comments? And this can be from the entire commission as well. We are on Chapter 9, Supporting Equitable and Engaging Math Instruction. Okay, it looks like we don't have any changes to the public comment recommendations provided by the CDE for Chapter 9, correct, Ken?
That is correct.
All right, so we are going into we're going to use the following tables in one batch. That's going to be tables 12, 13, 14, and 15. They're inclusive of comments 1653 through 1755, and table 12, chapter 10, technology and distance learning in teaching mathematics. Table 13 for Chapter 11, Assessment in the 21st Century. Table 14, Chapter 12, Instructional Materials to Support California Common Core Standards. Table 15, Chapter 13. So we're taking all of those. Oh, and 15 as well. Yes, 15 is the glossary. So looking for any recommendations or comments through those chapters at this time. Open to the entire commission. Okay, we'll move into table 16, which is additional comments and includes pages 398 through 482. And we have two batches that we're going to review. Comments 1756 through 1850 is our first batch. Opening up to the entire commission. We have no recommendations on the additional comments, so we'll move into table 17, the recommendations from the CDE staff. Those are pages 483 through 496. We'll take them in one batch, comments 1945 through 1998. Open to the entire commission. Okay, so we don't have any additional recommendations or changes to that table as well. Does anyone have a question about any of the consensus decisions we've made? Now that we have reached consensus on which recommended actions to accept, change, or reject, I would like to formalize our decision by the SMC by making two recommendations to the full IQC. There will be two motions. The first will be to recommend the draft framework to full IQC with the edits recommended by the SMC. The second will be to ask the full IQC to delegate the IQC Chair and the SMC Chair to work with CFERD staff and the writers as they make the changes that are approved by the Commission. So since Executive Director Coates, since we have reviewed all of the revisions as we've gone, we do not need to do it again, correct?
Correct.
Okay, excellent. So at this time, I need a motion from a Math SMC member to recommend the revised draft MathWorks framework to the full Instructional Quality Commission with the edits approved by the SMC. Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I would like to motion that we recommend the revised draft mathematics framework to the full Instructional Quality Commission with the edits approved by the SMC.
Thank you. And a second, Commissioner Munoz.
I second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee who would like to comment on the motion? Are there any comments from the State Board liaisons? I believe we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee can vote on the motion. Denise, would you please call the roll?
SMC Chair Chapman.
Aye.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Aye.
Commissioner Munoz.
Aye.
Commissioner Popovich.
Aye.
Commissioner Renteria.
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I would like a motion to ask the full Instructional Quality Commission to delegate the IQC Chair and the Math SMC. And the Math SMC Chair the review and approval of the agreed upon changes to the draft framework, as well as any minor edits identified by CFERD staff, such as grammar, punctuation, and word order, before the draft is posted for the second 60-day period of public review and comment. Okay.
I see that Commissioner Williamson has her hand raised.
Commissioner Williamson, sorry.
Thank you.
I would like to motion that we ask the full Instructional Quality Commission to delegate to the IQC Chair and to the Math SMC Chair to review and approve the review and approval of the agreed upon changes to the draft frameworks, as well as any minor edits identified by Seaford staff before the draft is posted for the second 60-day period of public review and comment.
Thank you. May I have a second? Commissioner Popovich.
I second that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to make a comment? Senator Allen.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank everybody for the discussion and thank the writers who've obviously been working really hard. You know, I'm still, I mean, I think everybody heard my comments and concerns. I still I'm trying to figure out where this discussion is going. I think there are some pretty outstanding philosophical, differences, I suppose, out there in the public from the way that this trajectory, the trajectory of this draft. So it's my intention right now to abstain on this vote. So until I get a better sense of where this is going. I certainly don't want to, if it's the intention of the commission to be sort of very much in the broad direction of where the draft, how the draft was originally drafted, then I don't want to stand in the way. But so I just want to explain where I am on this.
Thank you. Are there any comments from our state board liaisons?
I just make one comment, and I think we actually did this with the ethnic studies framework, that if it's helpful for Senator Allen, that he also get a chance to review once we have all the writers' edits. I think we actually have done that before when there was a concern about all the edits with the ethnic studies. So that could be an option as well, that if that's helpful.
It would be helpful to me.
Okay. So I believe that we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee can vote. Denise, will you please call?
Commissioner Chapman, I just want to clarify. Are we amending the motion to include delegation to the IQC Chair, to the Math SMC Chair, and also to Senator Allen for a review?
Yes, thank you, Director Coates. We'll amend it. Do we need to re-motion?
I think that can stand as the amendment. Yes, thank you.
Can I have a member of the Math SMC make a motion to include not only the IQC Chair, the SMC Chair, but also Senator Allen in the revision of the edits made by the writing team and Seaford staff? Commissioner Fairchild.
So move.
Is there a second? Commissioner Williamson.
I second.
Thank you. Now I believe we're ready to vote. Denise, please take the roll call.
SMC Chair Chapman.
Aye.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
I said aye. Sorry, maybe I unmute myself too fast.
Thank you. Commissioner Fairchild.
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz.
Yes.
Commissioner Popovich.
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria.
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to thank you, commissioners, for your thoughtful discussions today. Thanks also to the members of the public who have provided public comment throughout this process. I would also like to acknowledge the CDE staff and the Framework Committee members who helped shape the document. Finally, thanks to the members of our writing team, Brian Lindeman, Joe Bowler, Katie Early, Ben Ford, and Jenny Langer Osuna. Our collective works on the mathematics framework will make a significant contribution to mathematics education in California. I adjourn this meeting of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee, and before the full commission reconvenes, we will be taking a 15-minute break, so we will return at 4 o'clock.
There we go. Chair Rustin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Do we need to do a roll call since we just had a break, or is that?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
All right, Denise, will you please conduct a roll call?
Yes, sorry, trying to unmute. Chair Rustin?
Present.
Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Here.
Commissioner Chapman?
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Present.
Commissioner Friedman? Commissioner Gotanda?
Here.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Present.
Commissioner Munoz?
Present.
Commissioner Pantai?
Present.
Commissioner Popovich?
Present.
Commissioner Renteria?
Present.
Commissioner Commissioner Williamson?
Here.
Commissioner Young?
Here.
Commissioner Howard?
Here.
Assemblymember Ramos? Senator Allen? Commissioner Friedman? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I reconvene the full commission. We will begin with the second public hearing on the draft mathematics framework. But first, I would like to clarify the purpose of this hearing. Earlier today, the subject matter committee did the work of recommending edits to the full IQC using the summary table of public comment provided by the CDE, and after hearing testimony, of course, from the public. This public hearing is intended to give members of the public an additional opportunity to weigh in before the full IQC takes its action to recommend the draft framework to the State Board of Education. Fortunately, during the subject matter committee's earlier work, the rest of the commissioners and the State Board liaisons were able to participate in the discussion, which hopefully will streamline these full commission proceedings. As a reminder to the public, there will be additional opportunities to provide your comment during this development process, including during the second field review commencing in June. That said, I would like to open this public hearing. This hearing will operate under the same rules as the first. Individuals wishing to make public comment must call into the number provided on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing into the meeting will be put in a queue. When you are called upon, please state the following. First, your first and last name. Second, your organization affiliation, if any. And third, your public comment. A speaker may only provide comment once during the meeting, not multiple times on behalf of other individuals or groups. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. Speakers with an interpreter will be allotted 2 minutes. In order to be able to hear from everyone, we will be keeping track of the time and we'll let you know when your time ends. With that being said, Denise, will you please announce the first commenter?
Yes. Caller, you may begin.
Hello, is it my turn?
Yes, it is. Please begin.
Oh, hi. My name is Holly. I'm calling from Chino Hills of California. My name is Holly, and my last name is Cao. I'm a chemist and laboratory director of environmental laboratories. Both kids graduate from public school system. So about this math program, I really strongly oppose to lower the level of math. Because honest with you, I would, if anything I can do, I would give my kids the math tutoring, so even school not provided. So my opinion, if you cancel this program,
you make those kids wanted to learn, but our family cannot afford the private tutoring, that lose the chance to learn more about the math. So my opinion, if you do that, you actually make it even harder for the kids want to learn. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Rachel Ruffalo, and I'm with the Education Trust West. We wish to commend the clear vision for equity that's reflected in the current draft of the framework, and I'd like to thank the IQC for the care and consideration you took before recommending that a pathway to equitable mathematics instruction be removed from this draft. This resource consists of 5 sections called Strides. Stride 1 of the resource was updated based on feedback from the field and finalized on May 7th. The other 4 strides have been finalized and available since September 2021. All are available for download at www.equitablemath.org. We request that the full resource be reviewed in this final form for vetting for reference in the framework. And I would like to point out that this reference was developed by more than 30 California educators and is supported by 33 educational organizations and more than 100 educators in the field who co-signed our public comment letter dated May 7th. Regardless of your final decision on its inclusion in the framework, EdTrust West stands ready to assist the department in the rollout and implementation of the math framework and hopes to further discuss how the pathway can support that effort. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
All right, thank you to everyone who provided public comment today. The public comment line for this agenda item is now closed. Commissioner Chapman, I believe you have a motion for us.
Yes, as chair of the Mathematics SMC, I move that the full commission recommend the mathematics framework to the State Board of Education with the edits approved by the commission following a 60-day public comment period.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Commissioner Munoz.
Second.
Commissioner Chapman has moved and Commissioner Munoz has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any comment from the State Board liaison? Actually, I do have a question for either of our State Board liaisons regarding the last comment we just heard about the reference that we discussed would be removed. That commenter said the updated version it's already been finalized. Is that earlier today, the discussion sounded like it's still being worked on. So I'm just curious if the State Board has seen the final version of that. And that is the version that we heard the comment that it's not ready yet, or if that was in reference to the prior version.
I want to remind you that the documents that you have are posted 10 days before your scheduled date for your meeting. And so at the time when the department staff posted the agenda and all the documents you had access to, they stated that they did not have any information about whether or not the document that's being referenced was complete, if the organization had finished doing their revisions or their vetting or any of those things at the time the document was posted. So that is the reason why the department staff wrote in their recommendations, no recommendations, because they were not aware. And so as of this printing, as of today, with the information that's been provided from EdTrust West, it's good to know that they believe that they are done. But again, at the time when the department staff was preparing this, that was not information they had, and frankly, that was not information I personally had either. That the document itself was complete and that they had finished with doing their revisions and their internal vetting. Does that answer the question, Commissioner Rustin?
It does answer my question, but it leads to another question, which is earlier your personal recommendation was that we go ahead and remove the reference for the reason that it wasn't fully finalized. But if the document is finalized now, should we leave it in there so that the public can comment on that, or is the personal recommendation that it still be removed, that reference?
I wanted to make sure my mic was on. My personal recommendation still remains in support of what the staff had said, because we have not seen or vetted or reviewed any of that information. You've heard previously from my colleague, Board Member Strauss, that we do not see the alignment at this point with the document as we originally have seen it. I would continue with the work you're doing, and as we've already explained and discussed, there's still an opportunity to do that work concerning the resources and the information that's provided in the document, and to look forward to how the content, especially the recommendations for lesson planning and lesson activities with students, can be developed and included as we do part of the rollout. And I know Dr. Strauss also has something she wants to say, so I'll stop and let her speak as well.
So thank you, Member Rucker and Chair Rustin. So let me just say that I believe there was, first of all, I appreciate Ed Trust West's commitment to continue to work with us and to provide updated resources. I believe actually that there was a rewrite on Stride 1, but still in the document that we were aware of at the beginning of today's meeting, there still was a lack of alignment on standards-based instruction. The message was confusing as far as our message at the state level and some of the language. So I do support Member Rucker in recommending that when it goes out this time that it not be included, but that the staff get some time to review the document closely at its current format and take a look at where the resources might be effective, both in supplementary and training. I think there's a lot of value there, but I think we want a aligned and clear message, and we don't want confusing messages out to the field.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for that clarification. I very much appreciate it. All right, so then I believe that we are ready to vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Chair Rustin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Estorga-Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman? Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantay?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Assemblymember Ramos? Senator Allen?
Same.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We have a second motion from the SMC, which is to authorize myself and Commissioner Chapman and Senator Allen to review the edits from the writers and the CDE staff. Commissioner Chapman?
Thank you. As chair of the Mathematics SMC, I move that the full commission delegate the IQC chair, myself, and Senator Allen to review the agreed upon changes to the draft framework, as well as any minor edits identified by curriculum frameworks and instructional division staff, including grammar, punctuation, word order, etc., before the draft is posted for the 60-day period of public review and comment.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Commissioner Williamson?
I second.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapman has moved and Commissioner Williamson has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any comment from the State Board liaisons? I believe that we are ready to vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Chair Rustin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Estorga-Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman? Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Howard,
Yes.
Assemblymember Ramos, Senator Allen.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapman, would you like to make any final comments?
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. I would just like to, first of all, thank our writers and also the members of the Math CFCC who worked so diligently to put together a document that addressed some of the issues that we had coming out of the last framework, as well as presenting with big ideas to present our students with a more cohesive math program, and also to all the commissioners and the public comment today to allow us to really put together a clear vision and a clear path for where we want to go with math education in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Director Coates, are we to proceed to the...
Commissioner Rustin, we are able to adjourn for the day, but I will allow you to make that call.
Works for me unless there are any objections. All right, seeing none, we will... I'm at a loss for the wording.
Yeah.
Do I just say adjourn?
Yes, we will adjourn for the day, and we will return tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.